fight the power like Big Chuck.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
My mind travel to dark places and bring back light from the dark ages. You were born dying. Once you start aging, things start changing, realizing all your thoughts come from the dark ages. Patience, have patience. It take time to diagnose the right maintenance. Every second, every hour, our brain changing. They say read a book instead of your bank statement. Broke with a broken soul, a hopeless troll, going against the grain, blocking lanes until you lose control. What's the force that move your bones? And what's the voice you hear in your head when you all alone? We all were cloned from a X and Y chromosome, and you gotta go to the ocean floor to find the oldest bones. With the squids and the oldest souls, the spine of the sea is the coral reef. Is there gravity in the water? Take a dive in, buoyancy. As your dead body float, you sure to see the sun rise at your feet. It's hard to make decisions. Listen when the world is glitching. It's hard to make decisions. The world is glitching. Family, I go to war behind. Morals, I stand behind. For the record, I had to put it on the vinyl. This is basic instructions before leaving Earth. When the blood pressure squeeze, it hurt. When the pressure's on your bloodline, and it comes down to whoever family squeezing first. We berserk in front of Maroon 5, like the color bleeding through his shirt. Me and baby pray together. That's how we stay together. Hallelujah. Meaning hell is where they do it. Meaning hell is in the ground when they lower you. That's the lower you. That's when you see your soul split in two.
The world glitching. The world glitching. The world glitching.
Kinda hard being a normal John, knowing every time I die I spine. I think I'm God under the Most High. When I yawn out my mouth, I literally can hear a ghost fly. It's a cold 9. I'll bound every zero to the ones die. This shit sick, now divided in 3. You got the Trinity. Here's the trivia. 963.
963. The world glitching. The world glitching.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion. And if everyone believes the illusion, it becomes reality. Bakushi thinks he's won the game, but he didn't count on a pinch hitter.
All is continuous vibration, always in motion. Conductor of energy, a salt in the ocean. Serpent is the sine wave, polarities interwoven. A chemical sorcery, elixirs and potions. Resonant frequencies, molecular explosions. Your daily programs is heavy doses of hypnosis. People walk around blind even though their eyes are open. No time for ideological salesmen with biblical notions. That box in your room, televised lies through your vision. It doesn't matter your race, status, or religion. No longer have to beat you when your mind is locked in prison. That food is filled with toxins, it's why you can't think clear. Illusion of choice is your option while keeping all in fear. Load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here. I said load up all your weaponry, the revolution is here.
We ain't in the same place, or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
In the instant, I changed the mission with photosynthesis. Witness the synthesis, rip it in the soul instruments. Feel the frequency, energy off this Hennessy synergy. Literally those that take us to infinity. Reading articles, all is horrible, calling audibles. I'm remarkable, I shot a fed at a carnival. Dust and particles, follicles gon' be everywhere. Heavy pair of some pistols, I shot them holding that teddy bear. Fuck the system, let's keep it simple, let's raise the temple. Make them triple while you're going to where they all assemble. Not Avengers, I'm the Avenger, I seek the injure. Kept my temper till I stuck the hidden blade up in her. Fuck the ruler, here's what they doing to you. Poison water in the food is what you put into you. I'm the shooter with new maneuvers. Caught back to Ruger, super trooper. He is gonna need a pooper scooper. The revenge of Montezuma. Rocking my Pumas, uppercut like a Kuma, sending you straight to Luna. Cosmic verses from universes on new excursions. Emerging the virgin, I pull them back the iron curtain. War leaders are war eaters, born cheaters. War sneakers, rearrange their core features. Born reaper, hurricane, the sword keeper. Form ether, burn all of the mold geezers. Up in government, parliament, bitch, I'm tarnishing ornaments. Ain't no bargaining, throw a bomb in the audience. I'm the guardian, strange you all in the cardigan. Rearrange the universe, I am the artisan.
We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
As a king, fighting the spirit of Mesa King, vibing to my queen, playing the tambourine while I'm eating the tangerine. My plasma was replaced with gasoline. Got the blood of the Elohim, manifesting through a dream, a shit you never seen. I got the eyes of Medusa and the hands of Wolverine. Astral project with my inner being. We locked in the inner ring, hoping the Anunnaki intervene. While the world is under siege, they got an abyss under the sea, living underneath. Lightning struck me standing under a tree while I was crumbling weed, and an angel swooped down, put me under her wing. Now she shields me from my desires the devil brings. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed. Say my name in vain and you will never bleed.
The Bakushi is the master of illusion. And if everyone believes the illusion, it becomes reality.
All right. Damn, I was gonna show that video I uploaded, but it's all right. I erased it. This digital ID's wild. It said in the UK, 1.9 million. That's it. But you know what? I bet you that'll be more than the US coming together. We'll have 1.9 people coming together. Fuck 1.9 million. I'm not getting no digital ID. They could shove that digital ID up their ass. Just like they could shove those vaccines up their ass. Just like they could shove their head up their ass. You got to stand for something. And this is it. You accept that digital ID, that'll be your last choice you'll make. It's in all these movies and shit, like, and they put it in the movies like it's a joke, like, the lady went 2 miles over the fucking speed limit, and the computer in her car was like, you are being deducted 50 points. I couldn't live in a life like that. And it's sad when I see other channels like the digital ID's here, and they pretty much promote that shit. Like, there's nothing we could do to stop it. That's what people said about the vaccine. People are like, oh, they're going to take my job. And what happened? Not even a year later, all those people who didn't get the vaccine were forced to give them their job. The jobs were forced to give them their job back. And they had to pay back pay. So your best bet is to just not do it and stand on something. Well, that's your decision. I know what I'm doing. Oh shit, today's that bullshit fucking protest. Police love protests because they could tear gas you, beat your face in, and then arrest you and get revenue. Yeah, the revenue pirates. The United States police are an embarrassment. So let's look up these digital IDs. Let's see what Mr. Trump has in store for great old America. What a fucking joke he turned out to be. They all are jokes. I got to see what laws are put in place too after that fake assassination on Trump. Because you know there were laws put in place. And I was wrong about the Patriot Act. I looked it up. It came out October 23rd. A month and 2 weeks after. But still, that's quick. I could have sworn I read somewhere it said a week. Anyway, I was wrong. If it was October 23rd, then I was wrong, but it's all right. To me, that's still quick. Like it was already and planned out. I gotta find. I seen a video somewhere where they're opening up an investigation on 9/11. Like now, 23 years later, or 24. Like, come on. They act like Butch is gonna go to prison or something. Like, the court will throw that shit out. Excuse me. And then I seen some video where I forgot the guy's name was saying they stopped funding the government because they were getting like all sorts of sexual money was going into sexual operations and this and that. And I'm thinking, 3 million here, 2 million there, and I'm thinking, you're complaining about that? How about the 150 trillion that goes to Ukraine and all that other money they're embezzling, or not embezzling, but they don't talk about that though. The guy forgot to mention all that and all the money Israel's getting. Imagine what our country could do with $140 trillion instead of giving it to all these other countries. Fuck those countries. No, I feel bad for the poor people in those countries, but fuck the governments. I knew Trump was going to use this this so-called Mexican situation to put digital IDs. I mean, they already have the shit in play, if you think about it. Whenever they're going to announce something, they already have face recognition. I tell people that I know that hustle and stuff, when you guys stand on the corner, You don't think those cameras right there, right across the street, are reading who you are? They know who you are. Police don't even need to send informants anymore. They just watch the cameras and build cases. Like, I don't know. This new generation's retarded, man. All right, let me see. I don't want to use my hotspot, but I might. Oh, shit. Have my headphones still plugged in? Probably sound like crap. Hold on, let me make sure. All right. My headphones are still plugged in. What's up, Tammy? SBK, Max. So, man, I don't know. Let me see. I don't want to use my hotspot, man. I need to. I've been using that for my studio. I need every bit of it. It sucks because I want to share my page. Let's see. People are like, people bugged out on credit cards. They made a big deal about it and nothing happened. Yeah, this digital ID is completely different. In the United States, digital ID is evolving with state-level mobile driver's license now being accepted for federal purposes like air travel, thanks to Real ID enforcement deadline. As of mid-2025, at least 20 states have launched NDLS, and many residents can now use their smartphones for identity verification at participating airports and federal agencies. However, the digital ID landscape is not uniform, as not all venues are equipped to verify digital versions. So the enforcement deadline was May 7th, 2025, which means Real ID compliant license or another acceptable form of identification is required. Domestic blah, blah, blah. This is wild. Let's see. The path to digital identity in the United States. It says digital IDs are more convenient, secure, and versatile options. No, than physical IDs, they're saying. Are you fucking kidding me? No, my physical ID. Right, you lose your phone, you lose everything. That's another thing. And phones are so easy to break into. Peace, Jay. Hi, and I don't even like carrying fucking debit cards because people could walk by you and steal all your shit. Yeah, I don't know. It really don't matter what I'm about.
Yo, it's SBK.
What's up, SBK?
Not much. Just came here, came on to smoke a little bit and listen to what you're saying. Sounds crazy.
I've been looking into this digital ID and how the UK is telling them to fuck off. That's one thing about the UK, man. I got a lot of respect. They work as a unit for most part. The United States, good luck on that.
They do have people very divided out here in America.
I say there's
what
nothing
up, Max?
we can do.
Hey, how you doing? You eating candy again there? You eating candy again?
Who, me? No.
Yeah.
No, not today.
Okay. Good to see you. How you doing?
Well, if Jay Heighton, if no one gets the IDs, you know, people are like, how are we gonna eat? How are we gonna worry about that later? Like, worst comes to worst, we'll just take over a store. I mean, what the fuck? People gotta grow up here, man. Like, that's why I always talk about the 90s, man. I miss them days where people actually were down to now today it's like everyone's compliant. Yeah, okay, yes, sir. I'll put a vaccine in my eye, no problem. I got a video of you know, I feel bad for these people. I don't want to be a dickhead and say, but I don't, because I do. But
well, either we'll get swept along with the crowds, or we'll be able to say no. It's the only two ways it'll go.
Do you guys have your real IDs?
yeah,
Did you guys
I
get
have my
those?
No.
license. Oh, what do you
So
mean
what
a real ID?
Well, now if you go renew your ID, they give you this new one that's got more security and stuff. It also has a star on it showing you're a citizen. If there is no
What?
star, yeah, that's kind of scary because
Even licenses are illegal. Like, we're not supposed to ask for permission to drive on our roads. Like, people, that's why they keep us dumb. So people just go along with things. See, they keep us dumb, and then they lie to our face. They'd be like, you know, you have to have a license. When in reality, you don't. Even taxes, you don't have to pay. It even says it. Like,
no, you're right. The license is supposed to be only for interstate commerce, I believe. If you're a business and you're selling to another state and you're traveling across the state, you need an ID. But if you're within the state and you're going shopping or something, you know, or whatever, going to school, you're not supposed to. You don't have to have a license technically, according to the laws and shit.
driving without a license is a misdemeanor fine. It's supposed to be. But even that shouldn't even.
Right.
Like, digital ID would be the biggest mistake ever. Because right after that is going to be, they have total control over everything. But we gotta start somewhere, man. And that digital ID, I think, is the perfect place to start.
So we got digital IDs here during that one sickness that went around the world. And not
COVID, where they gave everyone vaccines and it killed children.
Yeah, that one. And but this was for dispensaries. It was kind of cool. It was kind of convenient. They still took the card. That's the difference. You could medical marijuana is just what I had, and I could use the card, but I could also have a picture of it on my phone. Well, I didn't take the picture. They sent it to me. It was just like the card, but it was a digital on my phone.
Imagine if you didn't have it and you had your license. They'd be like, that's not valid. Then you can't get your meds. You're fucked.
Yeah.
They got everyone by the balls, man.
Yeah, and like I said in the chat, lose your phone. Yeah, exactly.
Whenever I see the cops fucking with people, I'm gonna be like, freedom strikes again.
What happens when you lose your phone or somebody steals your phone?
Someone got YouTube open? Maybe it's me. Let me check.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Tammy, are you in Arizona? I moved to Arizona, and back in Chicago, I think it was every like 3 years or something. You got to renew your license. I moved to Arizona. It's like expires 2047. I'm like, heck yeah. Like my license literally is, it's super old. I'm like 20 years younger in the picture. I look nothing like I do on my ID.
I'll show you a picture of me 4 years ago. Well, that's the picture I use.
Yeah.
And then you see me now. I got so many gray hairs from 5 years ago to now. Like all this research and shit I be doing puts stress on the brain.
Yeah, I look way old.
Let me play this video real quick. Check this shit out. This shit had me pissed.
Father,
22 minutes.
Raising a 15-year-old, severely autistic, nonverbal teenage daughter. When she was 15 months old, she received a round of vaccines that included the MMR and the DTaP. She developed a high fever. When the fever broke, she lost everything.
My daughter was 6 weeks old when I took her in for her vaccination. 2 hours later, she had a 5-minute seizure. And 2 hours after that, she had another 5-minute seizure.
Mom is here. Come on, come on. Come on, you're okay. You're okay. Come on, baby. Come on, babe. Come on. You can do it. Come on, babe. Come on now. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Keep breathing. Come on. Come on, come on, come on.
The vaccination gave her severe brain damage, and she had seizures every day for the rest of her life until she died in my arms at the age of 15.
There is no good reason to choose not to get a vaccine.
He got his MMR and he got his DTP, and within days, he stopped talking.
Projectile vomiting, convulsions.
He went blind in his left eye.
Vaccines took our healthy, happy baby and made him unwell.
She lost all acquired speech.
He lost his speech. He lost his eye contact, like the flick of a switch.
If vaccines were unsafe, I think this would be an interesting and reasonable discussion.
Obviously, some minority get hurt by this stuff. I don't understand why this is controversial.
Vaccines are safe. Get vaccinated.
It's like, you know what? Shut the fuck up and let me take every vaccine that Merck wants to shove down my throat.
Autism is not a side effect of vaccine, or to say it another way, because some people don't hear this well. Vaccines do not cause autism.
Hear this well.
Hear this well. Please hear this well.
Hear this well.
Vaccines can and do cause autism.
My grandson, daughter Lily,
and my daughter.
My son was fully vaccinated.
My son Jackson.
I had a healthy, typically developing boy.
Please hear this well.
Vaccines cause autism.
One day everyone will know the truth about vaccines. Hear this well.
Our oldest child, he's like almost 30. He's the sickest one, got the most vaccines. The second one, she got less vaccines. She's less sick. The third one, even less. She's hardly sick. The one that got the least amount of vaccines is the least sick. It literally followed how many vaccines they get, how sick they are. Mostly autoimmune disorders.
Yeah, a lot of the vaccines contain organs or organ parts in them. What happens is a vaccine will trigger an immune response, right? So what they do is they put organ parts in, typically liver, so that your body will start rejecting liver cells and attacking them. So you can do the same thing with thyroid or anything.
Yeah, a transplant. Yeah, thank God my wife, she learned all about it, and that's why they were getting less and less. And unfortunately, we didn't know when about this stuff when my first one was born. Poor guy.
Yeah,
he's lost all his hair on his body, including his eyelashes. He has no eyelashes. He has no eyebrows, no hair. Yeah, his body attacks hair.
Wow.
He takes it well, like to him.
Yeah, I hope he's happy, at least.
Yeah, he does really well.
And also, vaccines make men sterile and everything. There's so much different stuff they do, man. And
yeah,
you never see these doctors. Most of them know what's up. You got to be a real piece of shit to be like, I'm just doing my job. That's their excuse. I bet you most of them knew beforehand. You know how many I don't know if anyone's seen the video. The woman, she was the doctor, and she put the vaccination. There was one they were going to send back. I forgot why. I think it was opened, or I don't remember, or it was expired or something. So she took some of it and put it under the microscope, and she said she's seen like little, I'll say nanobots or nanotech. And she said when she was looking at it, it was moving around, and it almost looked like the damn things were aware that it was being watched, that the nano was being watched. They were very aware of it. She tried to put these videos out, but YouTube and other platforms shut her down and struck her and took her stuff. Do you know how many videos of real doctors were taken down? They try to warn people. That's criminal
But
action.
you build any antenna the right length, and there are vibrations that are happening constantly that will make them look like they're moving or alive.
Yeah.
Just depends on the length of it. Now we're working in nanometer scale particles and wavelengths coming out of the transmitters, so they vibrate at the right size.
Did you guys see the video I put up of all the towers? That woman did beautiful research. She did such a good job showing what she pretty much was showing what I've been trying to say. These towers and something offshore is going on too, that align with the towers that are on shore.
Yeah. Well, they could be doing
How long?
Tsunami creation or something.
How long is the video?
I put it in the shorts, and
Yeah.
I put it in the regular too. So I was trying to get more. I'm trying to figure out how, because they're fucking banning me, man. They're slowing. If I put a video, I tested it. I put that Red Sox video, the picture, 4,500 views within an hour. But if I put something like that, I might get 20 views in 2 days. I might. So they're slowing my shit down, and it's proven, man. If I put something on eating a Big Mac, I'll probably get 20,000 views. I could put a video of me farting, and I'll probably get like 20 million views. But when you start speaking that real stuff, they just be like, nope.
Well, I've made.
So if people could help me and share it and stuff, that would be great.
I will, for sure, dude. For sure. I haven't done many shorts, but I've got some sub channels. And the other day I created one, and I've created some before, and I got like 500 views. And then I uploaded another one. I got 200 views, and it was about food. I did some about travel, blah blah blah. Well, I decided to make some about it's just a voice, a chick's voice telling you about what swiping does to your brain and body, the algorithm and all that stuff. It's just a short video, and so far, this was more than 24 hours ago, like 2 days ago. I have 6 views on it. 6 on a short.
I gotta check out your videos. I'll share them. I try to help people because I know a lot of us, like even Max, even has the same issue. Look at this shit. What do you guys think of this video? I'm gonna put this video up today. I don't know, but it was pretty interesting. It's only a minute long, but he's saying, well, you'll see.
So I'm not going to narrate it because it'll get taken down, but you're smart enough, you'll be able to figure it out. This is how they've been doing it. Pay attention to this. I'm not going to narrate it because it'll get taken down, but you're smart enough, you'll be able to.
So they're saying they're using holographic projectors, but I didn't know those things could work in the daytime.
Is he saying that the rocket is not really there?
Yeah, look.
So I'm not going to narrate it because it'll get taken down, but you're smart enough, you'll be able to figure it out. This is how they've been doing it.
I'm a little confused by his video. Vertical. I don't know exactly what he's trying to say.
See those towers? Yeah, I wish I could rewind this. Hold on, let's start it over.
So I'm not going to narrate it because it'll get taken down, but you're smart enough,
See
you'll be able
these
to figure
towers?
it out.
He's got the X's on.
This is how they've been doing
He's
it.
saying those towers are projecting these ships. And some of them do look a little CGI-ish, but I don't know why they would need to project holographic images if they have fucking CGI.
I don't know that that's necessary, really. Like, I thought he was going to say that they were used to launch it or something. I don't know.
Land vertically or whatever, land back. But at the last minute it turns around and then it lands.
Look how big that tree is. That's how big these trees used to be. That big.
So I'm not going to narrate it because...
Oops. Wrong button. What video is this? Come on.
How could Muhammad Atta's passport survive the fire?
Oh, yeah, look at this.
How could Muhammad Atta's passport survive the fireball explosion that supposedly cremated him, fly out of his pocket, fly out of the incinerated plane, flutter to the ground into 2 feet of debris, and end up in readable condition in the hands of investigators, all within 48 hours? Why did 19 Muslim men even need passports on domestic flights? How were passports found but not the plane's voice recorders? Why did the hijackers need passports they would never use again after their suicide flights? And why were the 19 accused Muslims not under surveillance on 911 if they were so easy to identify? The conspicuous trail of planted evidence continued 3 weeks after the 911 attacks, when anthrax letters killed 5 people and were clearly worded to throw the blame on Muslims. Death to America, death to Israel, Allah is great. It has since been proven that the anthrax came from a U.S. Army lab and was never mailed by Muslims. There are no airport security videos of any of the 19 accused Muslims boarding any of the hijacked planes. How could Muhammad Atta's passport survive the fireball explosion that supposedly...
I've been saying that for years.
Oh yeah, that was all remote controlled.
I don't even think planes were involved. I got that video. I found it. It took me a while.
They got the missile going into the Capitol building there or whatever.
Oh yeah, I seen that one, but I can't find that one either.
Looked like a missile.
I remember the news, right? And I remember them showing this little asshole in the pentagram. I mean the Pentagon. And I'm like, I was telling my friend, I said, that's odd, because that hole ain't even the size of a fucking plane. It's smaller. And then they threw it, there was no seats, no tires, I don't think. But
no, there's nothing.
They spread a bunch of trash, all of clothes, all over the ground and make it look like that's all that was left was clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one that supposedly came where supposedly the passengers took over, but for some reason the plane went straight down. And when they showed, I don't know later, but the initial videos from the scene showed nothing but paper. Just thousands of pieces of paper thrown around.
That shit was fake as fucking fake.
Yeah.
Dude, like mostly everybody fell for it, like 99% of people. And all, yeah, it's crazy. And to this day, you can't
It's
believe
sad.
what they say.
No.
How many men and women thought the country was under attack? Well, it was by our own government for the most part.
Yeah.
They blamed Muslims. I had friends who were pissed and went to riot in Chicago at a mosque, along with thousands of other people from the neighborhood. It was really scary. It
were after
it was
black
scary.
Muslims too.
Yeah, it was scary because to think my friends could have that much hate, that much hate from propaganda. You know, like I learned something that day.
That's why they push it.
Oh yeah.
What's up, Dom? Look what I found, guys.
Oh, Dom. Cheers, Dominico.
Look at this picture. I forgot who showed me this. I think it was what's his name? Voynick. He used to come here a long time ago.
Yeah, from Netherlands.
You could see right through it. All you see is the elephant.
Maybe different though.
But I found this picture about bells, right, and the frequencies. Then I started digging more, and I started to find this, and this. What do they take all the bells down for? Makes me wonder. And
hi, Tommy.
I was in Hartford this morning, and I was looking at this train bridge, and it hit me. I'm looking at it, and I said, "Motherfucker! How come I didn't notice this before?" You could tell the bridge is very old. I'm gonna go down on them tracks and record it. I just got to be careful because it's Amtrak, but those I don't know what to call them, bricks or whatever's making the bridge are the same bricks that are used in the towers, or they call it a water tower, which don't even make sense because then that means all these churches are water towers. Because now, then the guy brought up something good. You know, the Underground Railroad, that's exactly what it was, underground. I'm starting to think these people came up from under the ground and found these buildings. I think they were living, all these civilizations were underground because it wasn't safe to come up after, they were under there for some reason. And I think because of once they came up, everything was out for grabs, There wasn't many survivors of whatever happened. That's why all this shit says founded in this date and founded in that date. But I think they do have trains underground that takes 40 minutes to go from New York to LA. And it connects all the continents, these tunnels. We got to find some entrances. I'd seen a video where the woman said the elites use these tunnels a lot and they have underground parties. And she said it's very hard to get to these tunnels because there's a lot of security doors.
Yeah.
And you will get lost underground if you don't know where you're going. You have to be chaperoned pretty much to show you where to go. Because if not, you'll be lost underground for hours. Shit, imagine being lost and you're under the ocean. You don't even know it.
Yeah, don't open the wrong door,
I would go, but I wouldn't go unless I was armed. Because you never know what else you'll bump into. But yeah, look at these bells, man. Holy shit.
I used to ring a bell at church.
Yeah, I did.
Giant bell in a tower.
Yeah, I used to go
pull the cord. I remember the old bells when they were real. Now it's all electric recording. Oh shit! So that's why they're on those big wooden platforms. Interesting. Yeah, I remember these bells. They would ring them at noon, and if you were at Stanley Works, I have to show a map of the New Britain, because I remember when I was young, you could hear the bells. They were all the way on the street called South Main, and they were there. And Stanley Works is like the whole other side of the city, and you could still hear these bells ringing. And that's when you knew the lunch break was up. They would ring it every day. Loud. Bing, bing. That shit was...
Yeah, in some places, just to piss the Christians off, they've outlawed the bells and that, but they're allowing the call to prayer from the Islamic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's not a bell. It's some dude singing, basically.
Yeah.
Huh. Weird.
What's up, Dean? Come up, Dean. You don't get to really see you too much because you're on the whole other side of... And if Canada was smart, they would tell them to shove them IDs up their ass. I don't even want to be negative and say... Anyway.
Yeah, I haven't been forced to have an ID yet, so nobody's telling me to get one.
But with Trump, you never know with that clown. He said in one of his speeches he's going to give back to the people. I'm still waiting on that. You know, people say, "Oh, the government don't own you anything." What? Shit.
Well, he's made billions. He's made billions while in office. So
yeah, and all that money they give to Israel and Ukraine and I forgot other countries, they could put into this country. Like I said about 40 minutes ago, imagine what this country could do with 170 trillion. These cities are going to hell, and they're letting all these so-called immigrants in. Not that it's a bad thing. But our country is in no shape to let all these people in. Yeah. We're barely sustaining as it is as a country, and you're letting in millions of fucking so-called, I don't like that word, immigrant, but you're letting in other people, and we're barely sustaining as it is. You're giving all our tax money to other countries. Like, that's why I don't believe the debt thing. You're in debt, say $65 trillion, but you're giving 140 billion to fucking, like, put that shit towards the debt. Like, we're not.
Well, we're in debt to people who just created money out of thin air.
And that money is probably not even trickling down to the people who need it the most in that country. People are pocketing left and right.
Yeah.
It's all a scam, you know?
That's what I think. Because there's no proof. Like, I personally think if we can come together, we can, you know, work magic. I don't know what we can do, but maybe start by growing our own food.
Well,
I don't know.
That's
I
kind
don't
of
have all the
what
fucking answers.
That's what communism was supposed to be. It comes from the word, or is related to the word community. But the problem is like in any type of government, any type of economic system, you always have assholes who get greedy.
They're all greedy.
And they want power and greed and money and all that. It's the same shit wherever you go, whatever system, you know, governmental system and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's what we have now. That's the major problem we have in our government. All three branches are bought.
And we're all semi-socialist and communist anyway, so we have that problem.
Yeah, some levels, yeah.
The system, when it was set up, communism in history, both Russia and China set up their infrastructure. The reason why communism didn't work is they had two warlike nations kept egging them on and disturbing them, Germany and Japan. So now they had to refit themselves to be a warlike nation. And of course, Japan and German, what are they? NASA. Communism does work in theory. None of the other isms work because of human factors. And that's the reason why communism doesn't work, because of human factor. But a community will bond together.
Human factor, yeah.
And if you treat everybody somewhat in your surrounding area somewhat with respect and care, you're not going to have tribes that are going to actually war against you.
Right.
Caused a lot of starvation in China because they had food quotas to meet, but nobody was meeting their food quotas, and they didn't plan for excess. So a lot of people starved.
Yeah, that's what they do. And that's another form of depopulation.
Yeah.
Starve them or war them.
I was born in a quasi-communist country, Czechoslovakia. And my dad was a communist. Everybody, it was one party. And he would tell me, I only lived there till I was like 6 years old and then came to America. So I didn't really know much, but like what I was saying is kind of based on what my father told me. He was honest with me and told me the good things and the bad things about communism. He obviously wasn't communist anymore, but there are good things to it,
Well, as the issue is not communism. The issue is human behavior.
Yes.
Communism in its theory will work. But the reason why it can is because of human behavior. Democracy won't work. Marxism won't work. Liberalism won't work. None of those systems work. Capitalism does not work. The only reason why capitalism gives a false sense of working is to capitalize on the concept of communism. That's why they bring a lot of their infrastructures or they produce most of their stuff over there. Now, that's here or there if they're actually developing all the technology from China. But again, it's human behavior. Once people understand, hence know thyself, human behavior, you realize, okay, so if you were a king, what would you do? Well, I would treat him really well. I said, well, you'd be screwed over in a short period of time. Now, you could be of service. You could be of service to them, but then you would have to make sure your citizens, whatever word you want to use to describe people that are with you, how to be kind to them. Because if you to be the king, you have to be the biggest server. And most people already, we're hearing it now. No offense, Charles, but bitching and complaining about the government validates the fact the system will never work.
I don't consider myself bitching, but
well, in heat, and rightfully so. There is things that governments have done, but there's so many other parties involved. So what they do, they throw to the lamb. Okay, we'll give you these government leaders. We'll pay them well. We'll set up policies. Forget about laws. Set up policies. Even if we have to throw you under the bus, you're going to get a slap on the wrist. And at that point, you would have to study all the other governments. America is a very small little pittance. They're actually insignificant on the global stage. Now, you bring in their military that people fuel at the expense of the empire, in this case, America, to go always in debt for it. That's all they are. They just need, what do they call those soldiers? Usually they're dogs.
Most of our debt, American debt, not mine. I don't feel that way, but the national debt or whatever they call it, like $30-something trillion. Most of it is from the wars, military shit every year, giving them over or close to $1 trillion. That's wild to think about.
And then when you factor and they do share this openly, you factor in all the money that's indebted privately. That's publicly. Wow. And then you factor in future pensioners, the rate of how much they have to pay out. America's actually $300 trillion in the hole. They're not $30 trillion in the hole. And at that point, you have to say to yourself, okay, but wait a second. If they're $300 trillion in the hole, who are they in debt to? The ones that actually manage fiat currency.
And who's going to be paying for it all? Our grandkids, our great-grandkids, our great-great-great-grandkids. Like this is a plan to tax us for the next 1,000 years.
Look, fucking snatch these politicians up and fucking hang them. No, I'm joking.
No, France did that, and they're in the same spot probably where they started. I'm not sure. I don't know much about that situation in history. But yeah, they went after the royalty. That's right. The guillotine or whatever. Yeah.
Well, that's happening right now in a couple of countries. They're They're actually murdering their politician. I don't know how well it's going to work out. We'll see.
Well, they've already, a lot of them, what they do, Max, is they've already got the next one in.
Yeah.
So that's all they do. And then they give the citizens the false sense. To address what Dean says, anytime you're passionate about things, that's kind of being in heat. That's what I mean by bitching. It's when people think it's right or wrong. No, I'm telling you the way I perceive it and what I've heard other people talk about it. Now, whether or not they're lying or not, that's hearsay. You know, most people here aren't going to really know how the government truly functions completely.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you do, that's nice. How would you explain to the rest of them? By the way, I saw an alien the other day. How could I convince you otherwise? I can't. Now, what I can do is I can share out loud, and people can use some things called common sense, even the word's kind of funny. You can use reason, you can use thinking, you can use feeling, you can use intuitive if you want. And at that point, the question would be, how does it serve if you know all that information? You know, because once people start understanding what Russia does, what maybe, like you said, Czechoslovakia does, what the European Union and how they actually formed the European Union, that was a fun one. In the order that they should have went, realistically, but they didn't. Again, they're developing another, like a Rome. America, that's what that is. America is just a whole bunch of states merged together, and the way to keep it running is you keep printing it keep going in the red. Most system is run in the red. You just have to follow your transit system in your own city. It's in the red. You can follow hospital. It's in the red. You know, people love to imagine, well, we're in debt. How do you think we're in debt? The technology that's been given to the human race makes us in debt. Because then you have to find out, well, who's the one that's giving us this technology? I don't know. So that's maybe you need to figure out. Now, how many people would actually give up that technology? That's a question. And most people, if they're honest with themselves, forget about the truth fucking movement. It's about being honest with yourself. How many people would give up that tech as we're using it right now? We're the frog in the water. I got a cell phone. I got a laptop. I got GPS in my car. Fuck, I got car. I want to go to another country. I got to use a train or a boat or a plane. Fuck, that's all tech.
Right.
Now, once people are honest with themselves, and usually that should be an underground movement, then you can decide maybe we should actually do something about it now. We figured it all out. We know who our enemies are. Even among us, we know who our enemies are. But they don't want to do that. What most people want, and it's the typical byproduct of government, we want somebody else to do it for us. And if we argue enough, like a little child, you complain enough, no, you're going to your room still. You want to drink pop and keep yourself disturbed the whole night? Yeah, go, no problem. But you're still going to your room. And don't expect me to leave you all those toys while you're there.
Well, if you organize and you come up with an alternate system or ways to change the system, they'll come down on you pretty hard and call you a terrorist.
And you know who'd come down on you the most, Max? The masses.
Yeah.
Fucking right they would. Oh, you can't change the system, Dom. Oh, okay. I'm not trying to. I'm just talking about the system. When did I ever imply that I'm changing the system? But people would assume because I'm not against the system that I'm favoring the system. No, I'm just taking it for what it is.
No. To me, it's a balance. Something I want to work on even more than I am now. But to strike a balance, because we're not going to get away from the system. It doesn't seem like, I mean, they got the technological advantage. I don't think we're going to beat the system or destroy it or whatever. But the best thing would be to, I think, have a balance and know what the system is doing to us. I think that's important. I may be wrong, but to me, once I learned some of the things that technology does to me physically, mentally, psychologically, neurologically, or whatever, the brain, it kind of like woke me up a little bit and makes me think about balance and am I maybe addicted to this technology and so forth and so on. So I may be wrong. I don't know what you think or anybody else thinks about being educated about it, so you can make like an educated decision and you know, just like wake up or realize that
you're being honest. At that point, you're being honest. The right and wrong shit, throw that shit out the door. Because each given moment, I wouldn't know what's right or wrong. I'm not here to judge others. Now, I might judge the system, but then even that, am I really judging the system? I'm just taking it through my narrow perception, the eye of the beholder, and I'm using my opinions. But I'm surely not going to bark loud enough that eventually people are going to start following me, because I'll do a, what do you call it, Forrest Gump. Fuck, why the fuck are you following me? Well, you've been running all this time. I said, I never told you to follow me. That's, again, cult-like behavior that people choose to do, which is fine. But at least be prepared. Take the rewards that come from it, not punishment, rewards. You put your hands on a stove, you'll find in a short period of time your reward. I guess I'm not doing that again. But why are my kids still doing it? Monkey see, monkey do. Let them be. Maybe they'll learn something, unless it's really life-threatening, and then that's a different story. What is really life-threatening at this point? What would abstain us from actually having the breath of life? Booting ourselves out of this vessel, having a car accident? Well, then we should stop using that technology of a car. But we do all on a regular basis. We actually jump out of a plane without a parachute. If they're being honest with themselves. If not, then we're just playing this game, and it's divide and conquer. If it's not about religion, it's about the color of your skin. If it's not about the color of your skin, it's about your state. That's divide and conquer. And the only way you can actually truly grasp that is if you go around studying all the states, studying all the different religions, and then finding out the human behavior that's involved in all of that, or the persona, the mask that many of us wear.
All I know is I was here first, man. That's it.
I love that, Charles. I love that. I was there first. I was there first. Well, then the onus would be on you then. Then how did they take it away from us then if we were here first?
Yeah, how did they find all this stuff if there were people already here?
Are you manifesting stuff on us, Charles?
No. But I manifested this picture for architecture and energy. The left is a wire those are the same wires that probably any wire, but that's the wiring they use for the cabling under the oceans, which 99% of our internet comes from the cables under the ocean. That's the Empire State Building, and that's the tower in Germany for free energy. But that's my collage. Damn, I just erased. I had a video I'm working on. All this stuff. I'm gonna try and make either I'm gonna put all this evidence up. The fuck? Or I'm going to make this go with my video, but for my new song that's gonna come out. But I fucked up and erased it, man. It's 5 minutes of work I accidentally erased. Son of a bitch. Now I gotta go back and redo it. It's all right. I'll fix it. Hey, 5-speed. Do. Dean, get your ass up here, man. What time is this? Probably early for him. Digital IDs. Damn, I wish I didn't erase that video I had when the woman was going over these towers. She did such a good job putting it together the way I try to explain it, but she did a better job than what I. Not a better job than what I can do, just a better job than what I can do for now.
So Charles, if we can share about old technology, paper ID and oral ID. We're just moving into a digital ID now. You know, think about people that have their SIN numbers. That's a paper ID. Driver's license, that's a paper ID. Back in the days, I'm going to call you Gerald, and a surname, that would be an oral ID. So it really shouldn't be a surprise in the age that we're in where it's going. Now, people are going to lean towards some of them, and this is where people do this called behavior. Somebody says, but I think it's a bad thing. I said, okay, so you've already chosen a position. So it's
it's really no different than now. They control everything now, the water, blah, blah, blah. But digital ID, in my eyes, means point system. And to me, that's a step up to worse than where we're at now.
Well, Charles, if me and you went to the bank right now, forget about the digital system with the credit and all that, and then you went to a bank, they would actually tell you there's a credit system on you. And it'd be a paper trail. And they would turn around and say, no, you're not trustworthy enough that we would think that you could pay off your debts. Don't worry about the elites. They don't pay their debts. They probably don't even use money. So, but that's here or there. So at that point, then you realize, okay, the system is rigged. Okay. That's why it sucks to be when you're the masses and it's business as usual for the few. But the few are counting on the masses that are going to reinforce the system. They're counting on it. That's why they built military stuff. They're not because there's an alien out there, because there could be, but it's because if the masses ever decided, fuck it, we've had enough, we don't have any alternative, we just want to do anarchy, it would be fucking chaos to no end.
Well, I look at it like this. If they don't got us, they don't got their self either. They can't even make a sandwich their goddamn self, let alone fucking do anything on their own. That's why they pay people to serve them.
Yeah, well, that's why they make shit up. Somebody wakes up in the middle of the night and then turn around tomorrow morning, I'm going to tell somebody I was talking to some alien or some god and I'm going to be king. You got to convince a whole bunch of people. In this case, you only have to convince maybe one or two sheeps, and then they'll recondition their own sheeps. So if anybody really has anybody to bitch and complain about, if there's something to complain about, it's to your parents. If not to your parents, your immediate community.
Oh, I don't consider myself bitching. I'm just...
No, I'm just saying that word out loud, Charles.
Speaking what I'm observing. What's sin data? Jesus is in the chat. He said, serve God or you're serving Satan. Well, shit, I got to serve myself then.
Well, it's a common theme. You're still serving. So if you truly know how to serve oneself, then you would know.
Eat. Better serve yourself.
Well, but at that point, you're working hand in hand with nature. It's not like as though, because if that's the case, then we are breaking away from nature by saying, let's eat Cheerios on the box, which some of us, if not a lot of us, do. So at that point, we're trying to be our own gods, but we're not. Meaning that we ignore certain things that are always there for us. You know, the animals are still reproducing, regardless if they're going to say, listen, we're not going to eat cows anymore because they're eating too many of them. Let's start eating cockroaches. If not cockroaches, let's eat snakes. Okay, that's fine. And then what you do is you test it on certain parts of the world that they've already divided and conquered. And then, hey, let's give them a country. We'll call that America. We'll call that Canada. And we'll have subdirectories. We'll call them Catholics. We'll call them Christians. We'll call them Muslims. And on top of that, we'll subdirect it. Yeah. Then we'll
think about it. We attack each other instead of the people who are doing this to us. That's fucking retarded.
Well, you wouldn't. If all of a sudden the majority of the masses kind of woke up and then they said, we're no longer going to fight, the masses, the few would go back into line. Because they're counting on the masses to be in the military, be in the police, be gangsters. You know, that's the masses. Now, do they make a buck off the masses? Yes, they do. They've made their settlement. That's their settlement. Let's work for money because we're never going to get power. But let's give them the illusion that they can obtain power. Based on what? Fuck, a hurricane can come tomorrow, fucking squash us all out. A volcano can come. Done with it. The sun could say, listen, we're going to elevate a couple more degrees higher than usual. And we'll let the human race fucking freeze. But what about the rest of the species? Yeah, it sucks to be them. You almost have to take yourself out of the equation, Charles, to see it for what it is. And the governments, they're actually reinforcing the me, me, me mentality. And the masses that complain are talking about the me, me, me. If they're going to be honest with the program, and in this case, the self, the ego's always going to do fight or flight. The vessel, it's always going to struggle. Are you going to mistreat me?
I say we could sniff some cocaine and kill a lot of people.
Elderlies first, or children? Who should we?
Nah, We need the women and children. Leave them alone.
Okay, we'll leave them alone. But what happened if
We're
they're going to get
hunting
upset?
old politicians.
Yeah, but if you kill their parents, or in this case, the father, those kids are going to grow up resenting the fact that somebody, regardless if you try to reason with them, say, well, we had to get rid of him because he was diseased. So that's why they end up.
They killed my mother when I was young. Yeah. So now I resent them.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's why they usually remove, unless they know they're going to have obedient women and children. What they're going to do is they'll kill the children, make sure they suppress the women once again. And the cycle starts all over again.
They'll eat your children. What's up, Salama?
Maybe. That'd be a good nibble. That'd be a good nibble, I guess.
These people live underground. I'm starting to think that's where all these people came from. Underground.
Fucking oath they did. They came from underground.
Well, it's funny how they use the name Morlock for the subterranean people. Morlock, Warlock, Molech.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the bad guy because I'm the only one left with a warrior spirit to stand up to the bully. Everyone else is, let's just do what we're told, Chuck.
Yeah, they're just farming.
Hey, it's always you, Chuck. As I think, it's always me, right? I'm always the only cunt standing here looking at the fucking shit.
Yeah. I get where Dom's coming from, and he's right for the most part, but I've tried for years to let stuff go, and I just want revenge. It's best served nice and warm.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And Charles, you're sharing out loud what's called attachments, which is fine. I'm not here to tell you if it's right or wrong. That shit already goes in most people's programs. That's a pious position, right or wrong. Fuck, I want directions. I don't give a shit about this right.
I'll tell you what's wrong. It's listening to every fucking other cunt telling them how to fucking do it. That's what's fucking wrong.
It could be. It could be. Well, how many books have been written, Dean? Think about that. Think about religion and the books that they have.
Too many. The worst one was the fucking Bible. Fucking bringing in the word. If we'd never had fucking words, we'd never have fucking problems.
I've said jokingly that all the books of the world should be burnt just for kindling, but that's just me being a goof. Where most people say, oh, but what? Now you're going to start idolizing the books? We're right back to idolizing statues. That person no longer exists.
Books have always been a fucking problem. The fucking word. Look at it, right from the word go. He spoke the word. What the fuck? That was the fucking beginning of the end.
Could be. I'm with you, Dean. It could be.
Yeah.
What's the name of that movie?
We speak word. It's like
so true. Be careful, Charles. You have to double up on the underwears if you're going to do it that hard.
Whenever I hear politicians,
I love shit, Dom. I love it.
Out.
It's the only fucking way to live, man. That's all we live in is shit.
Fahrenheit 451. That's the name of the movie. Has anybody seen that one?
Huh?
We're here and we're loving it. We're loving people. We're loving. We're loving the shit. The whole fucking thing's just shit.
I was asking, has anybody seen the movie Fahrenheit 451? Old movie. No? It's basically about maybe in the future. It's been a while since I've seen it, but basically the fire department burns books. They go around looking for books and they burn them.
Oh yeah, I read that one. Fahrenheit 451.
It's a book. It's a movie.
There was a movie like that where they were burning books. Yeah. I personally think no savior's gonna. That's the ultimate hustle that churches have been hustling people.
Only people that are positive
turn your cheek and wait for the savior to come solve the problems. They'll pay in hell one day. Yeah, they poisoned the water and murdered your entire family, but let them keep murdering. Jesus or God will take care of that when they go to hell. Fuck that, man. They need to pay for what they've done. Now, the only savior is self. No one's
no
coming from
fucking
the sky.
help.
No president's going to help us.
Except here on Earth. The fuckers.
Well, no human, that's for sure. Like Dom was saying about human behavior.
They call you a fucking coward if you fucking killed yourself. But fucking once you're dead, you wouldn't have to put up with the shit.
I got this beat I'm putting together, Hurricane. This beat's real fire. I'm taking so long on this verse because I have to stay on topic with a lot of things. It'll be worth it though, trust me. But I'm also working on 2 other songs at the same time. But
we're all born into the bullshit.
I'm gonna put my verse down to this beat first, and then send it out. So therefore, no one's got to wait on me. But this beat is fire. I need 7 more beats.
Entertainment. That's all we're here for. To be entertained.
That's a distraction. Is the entertainment. It's distracting.
Yeah, it's distraction so you won't see the fucking truth of it all.
Yeah.
Speaking of entertainment,
was like the ultimate okie doke. 9/11 was like, that was the beginning of treason, 1, and the beginning of the illusions. They wanted to see how many people they could fool. When they realized they could fool all these people and get a fucking war going, they were like, we're in, man. We got these fucking idiots. And from that point on, it's been nothing but fucking incidents. That's what
Don't forget all the money and gold they got too.
It's all entertainment. Incidents are just the entertainment. Keeping the world fucking entertained, man. Whole fucking shit show is an entertainment.
I like being entertained.
Fuck entertainment. I hate the fucking shit.
Yeah, we're filled with
news. People are so.
So if we're filled with hate, go love the people that are murdering everyone. Go give them a hug. They don't need it from you.
Fuck them. They can go get fucked as far as I'm concerned. Wait till you're fucking 70 odd and then you'll fucking realise fucking nothing left but fucking death anyway.
Eventually, yeah. At the end of it.
You shouldn't have dropped the link, Chuck. I'm not in a fucking very good mood.
Go ahead. Go on a warpath. I don't let it out. Fucking, that's the thing about religion. It's so hypocritical. People that are in religions are so quick to judge the next person, but they forgot where they came from. That's why I don't belong to no religions, because it's all hypocritical bullshit. People act like they're on some fucking pedestal and they're better than you.
Yep. Oh, yeah, they got Jesus on their side. They're going to be fucking better than you straight up, man. They believe, right? They fucking believe. That's where it all fucking comes in. You don't fucking believe, you're nothing. You're nothing to them. You fucking got to be a believer or you're fucked.
Say something,
Dean. Be born again, right?
Say something, Dean, real quick.
I'll have to come back and be born again. If it doesn't happen before then, the fucking world will come to an end, hopefully.
No, you got to become a born again Christian.
Is that good, Jay Heighton?
Fuck, I tried that, Max. It's fucking hopeless.
Yeah.
Living in a fucking dream, man. Fucking hopeless. For what fucking hope, we'd have nothing.
It sucks. You know, I thought Johnson & Johnson would have been convicted of murder and fucking, but 90% of the people took the money instead of saying, no, I don't want your money. You guys deserve to be in prison for the rest of your life. That's when I started to really see what a fucking joke the system is. Money, these people got money, they'll buy their way out of anything. They'll never be in prison. They'll pay the judge. They got lawyers that'll lie for them. Johnson & Johnson's got trillions of dollars. They could pay off every person they gave cancer to and died and killed. They got money to throw around. The same with all these major companies. They don't care about lawsuits. Just like the police, they'll say, go ahead, sue me, because they know our tax money will pay for the lawsuits. These people don't care. Lawsuits is what they want. Money is so much easier.
I was reading an article last night about fucking phones and computers and how the blue light is what is part of the radiation.
Yep.
And fucking radiation and blue light is what makes your fucking skin allergies. What makes your fucking follicles fuck up. Hair follicles. People lose their hair.
So you're saying the light coming from these devices, the blue light.
Yeah.
You use the blue light to change your genetics too. It's also communication.
Yeah, everything is fucking, it's going on every fucking day. That's what it is. It's the fucking blue light fucking shit.
I used to use that powder too, Jay Heighton, all the time after a shower. And then I'll never forget when my mother said she had cancer and what it was from. And then it made me think of all the children that use that Johnson & Johnson baby powder.
Yeah.
These people are fucking
all
evil.
The parents, all the mothers. I was watching a video that fucking, I think you've sent it to me once, and I know bloody Phil sent it to me yesterday. But it's about fucking mothers, and they got these animals coming in like fucking alligators trying to eat a baby, or fucking babies on the edge of the swimming pool, and the fucking dog jumps in and cuts it off from falling in the water. You know, I mean, fucking, where's the fucking head at that a woman would leave a baby outside the fucking door and shut it and leave it fucking out there for the wild animals? What a load of shit.
You ever see dolphins? There's this pregnant woman in the water, and the dolphin was I think she gave birth or something. The dolphin helped. There's something with dolphins, man. They're very intelligent. It makes me wonder why they don't want us talking to dolphins, man. We got to find a dolphin, bro. I want to talk to a dolphin.
That's why they gave us language, so we wouldn't be able to talk to the animals. The fucking filthy cunt.
When you hear a dolphin's click, it does something to the human brain. It kind of gives it a kind of a reset or something.
If you never taught a baby any words and left it with the animals, they'd grow up normal.
Peace, eyes wide shut. Damn, I can't believe I erased that, man. Fuck. Took me about an hour to fucking crop all this stuff, and then I had to edit it and overlay this and that. Man.
Yeah, I was listening to fucking somebody else fucking say exactly the same thing, Jack. I remember one time I was writing out something for somebody. I got almost to the fucking end, and I got a phone call. Fucking phone call. Fucking lost the fucking rock.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
You know, the one off, when you first do something, it's always going to be the best.
I'm going to
Comes
show
out of
some
your head,
pictures.
just flows. And then you try and go back and see if you can get that fucking flow on again. Bullshit. Fucking thing never returns.
Let me see if it'll pull these maps up. Probably not. They're probably too big.
I'm the bitcher today. I got the fucking bitching mode fucking in full fucking swing. And it's still only fucking 4 in the morning.
Look at this tree stump. This isn't America.
Where's that?
Damn. Think about how high the water needed to be. Now, for the water to be contained, to rise that high, I mean, it would have to be a containment. Man. Now, where's that video? You got trees that big, and when they fell, it looked like this. Boom. Yo, man. I wonder if what happened for these trees to end up
Where's the rest of the tree?
That's what I was just gonna get to. Like, it could have either rotted out because it got taken somewhere, cut up. Now, what could move the tree, right? Because obviously, like, I couldn't believe people believe that in school. They would say, well, we have what are them things called? Tectonic plates that could rub into each other and go up, and that's how mountains are formed. Even as a child or a teenager, I threw a lot of rocks. That's how I get my arms stronger for baseball, but it sounds stupid, but trust me. Fucking, I used to look at rocks and be like, how the fuck did rocks get here? I don't think rocks just form out of nowhere. They're like chunks of an old building or something. These are all the
Chunks of an old
cables
living
in the world.
organism even.
This is where all the internet is, not in these phony, fake fucking... Now, there might be a couple of satelloons, but that's about it. All the other internet is under the oceans or on wiring. You know, I would love to find these underground entrances. What a terrible download this was. I think this is from the 1920s. Now, I got some other pictures I'm going to show. I think some of them are AI generated, but the point is, I think this realm looked like this before they, like, I even think outside of where we're at, there's still buildings and stuff too. Wait a minute. I could have sworn I mean, this type of stuff's amazing.
That's a cool building.
And it seems like a lot of these buildings have the tower at the top. I think this is the same one. Boop. Yeah, it is. Boop. Boop, boop, doo, boop. Such beauty. See how they have those towers that you could stand in? I think that's where the ether. I have to get an aerial view. I'm going to see if I can get it right now of Hartford, because I want to show my theory on these buildings. You got to triangulate. See, even look at that little place up in that building. I would love to be in that tower up there.
That could be an elevator shaft.
I think it's like this, like those spots.
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's why there's two of them. This stadium, I think, is in San Francisco. The stadium, and I mean, man, it's a beauty.
Yeah. Coliseum.
Yeah, we've seen this. This is today. The picture I showed, this is what's left. It makes me wonder, even Germany, man, they've leveled. I couldn't believe how many cities in Germany were leveled when I went to look. Like every single city was leveled almost all of them. All the buildings, I mean.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here we go, yo. We got 13 people in here. My favorite number. Well, this is, look at it. Well, you can't, it does no justice. You could barely see, but if people could zoom in, that bottom part looks like that's the inside of a freaking, you wouldn't think that's a stadium with marble columns and immaculate stuff, man. Immaculate stuff.
Have you ever been inside like a?
It's Texas.
Have you ever been inside like a really old theater?
Yeah.
Oh, those are awesome.
New York City has some
ornate ones.
Or New Haven, Connecticut. Even Hartford has one. I remember going in, but it was remodeled. But it's still old structure.
Yeah.
This is in El Paso, Texas. My fault. I don't know why I said San Fran.
El Paso.
Kind of resembles
I would
a
never
school.
guess that.
No.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Is this? I don't think this is the same building. No. Could be.
Could be
I
the other
doubt
side
it.
of it.
Looks like they're digging it out. This right here is the stadium. It looks like a freaking school itself. Maybe it is. Maybe that is part of it, you know? I think there's palm trees in the background. So this, I don't remember.
These are so weird. It's like two different styles, maybe two different eras. I don't know what's going on there, but these things just don't look right.
Well, it looks like they tried to cover it, you know, with some outer stuff. It looks like they're covering it up, but next thing you know, they're gonna start knocking shit down. This is an interesting statue.
They don't want anybody to know about the old world. They want anybody, people in the new world.
Well, their time is up. And I think they know it.
They keep making new worlds so they keep you fucking out of the old world.
Well, they need to go back underground and stay there. They could go fuck themselves.
Fucking have a massive fucking earthquake, tsunami, bullshit, cover the fucking country and lock them in forever. Trouble is, they got fucking boring machines. They'll bore their way out.
Probably. Or they'll just travel to the next continent. I think all the continents are connected.
Have you seen the new fucking? I might have even sent it to you in Telegram. They got a fucking a peace tunnel. They're gonna build a peace tunnel between Alaska and Russia.
Of course they are. I think because remember I read when I was talking about those trees, the Titan trees, and how that Australian Aboriginals would meet their ancestors halfway. It would take like, I forgot how long to climb this tree to meet the star people halfway, because they lived in the realm above us. There's a realm that, you know, they lived. It was said in the story that they lived on the firmament, on top of the firmament. That's where the star people
We live
lived.
in the minds of the people of the past. That's what we live in. The fucking it's all mental round in this world. Nothing is unless you've got a mind for it.
What if the star people were the group of people who maintain the firmament to make sure all that machinery up there works accordingly? Russell Unslaved. Who would that be? I guess we'll find it out.
That's probably 5-speed.
Oh yeah, it's 5-speed. Look at this statue, man. This shit's real. And it actually might have been a real giant. No, I don't think so. That's more or less what's his name's ball game? Mudfossil University.
I tell you what, this fucking world is full of fucking tricksters. I'm a fucking trickster, I know it.
I wonder how long this AI has been in play, man. Maybe this AI stuff is way older than we think.
Audio, okay.
I don't think
yeah, we hear you at 5-speed.
All right, I'm on my Bluetooth, so it normally doesn't connect too good with this, but
well, there you go. You're frying your brain. You're frying your body with blue.
yeah.
Fry
Pick your poison,
up.
I guess.
People go bald because of that fucking blue shit.
Yeah, you're gonna have blue teeth, all right, when you're done using it. No, Bluetooth.
I ain't got no teeth. Mine are plastic.
All I want for Christmas is my 8 front teeth. Look at this beauty. If this is a real picture, which I think it is, I mean, look at the ceiling. I mean, come on. We live in such a lame, boring, plain reality. Nobody's making ceilings like this anymore.
In Chicago, where I grew up,
entertainment, we'd have nothing.
Where I grew up in Chicago, every home was ornate. It was built in the 1920s, 1900s. Woodwork all over the place. Beautiful,
Man, oh,
ornate, craftsmanship.
man.
So I
On
agree
the
with
East
you.
Coast, who used to have like the trim used to be beautiful, like oak wood. Some of the old houses that are in this neighborhood are considered very old, and they have my friend that passed away, Robin.
I liked
They
the
have a
wood when it
house a
was full
street
of fucking
over.
food. Now everybody
It's
likes fucking wood when it's fucking in a building.
it's has a lot of good woodwork in there in these old places.
Yeah.
So what made this shift from that kind of craftsmanship to today's craftsmanship? Andre.
Well, it seems like people in these days, they didn't have to slave to maintain their property. It seems for the most part, all people had properties, and it looks like people dedicated their life or all their time to mastering this craft. I mean, you could tell they put their heart and soul into this.
So if I was the Pharaoh, and I have a whole bunch of incoming free slaves, and I will give them certain positions, say, listen, if you learn your craft, you'll eat a little bit more. And do you think they could build castles and they could build all this stuff? That's cheap labor. That's the reason why all that technology. Now, humans always have inventions. Our forefathers would have looked at technology and say, what the fuck is that? It's beyond your scope of comprehension. So
that's even if we built this stuff,
that's a possibility. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Charles. But at the same time, if we're going to bring this down to the practical, to the human aspect, the human behavior would be it has to be cheap or free labor.
Look at this picture, man. What? That shit's aligned. I bet you the sun hits that horizon crack and it comes right up the street. There's so much cities and architecture that's aligned with the sun and moon. It'll look like it's walking up the street.
And if people understand this inconsistency of
is a mad, a nomad.
I was going to say, if people get the grasp of human behavior and how it's inconsistency, people will grasp the idea of why they're actually bringing in what they call AI. Humans always waver. Now, most of them will say, yeah, but I don't want to be enslaved. I say, yeah, but you also don't want to govern yourself. Most humans don't want to govern themselves. Now, the ones that do, all the power to them. But for the masses, that's what fuels the system. They don't want to govern themselves. And if you're not sure about that, think about how many people go to a gas station, how many people go to a grocery store, how many people buy online, how many people have a cell phone. That's not technology that we're making, guys. We're buying this shit from somebody or something. So that tells us we've become a very lazy species. That's why they talk that's why they talk about transhumanism. At the pace that we're going right now, it's not a matter of will they be able to feed 6, 7, 8, 10 billion people. No. Who wants to fucking do it?
Exactly.
That's the issue that we have. And once you break a system, a couple things are going to occur. Either you're going to spend an enormous amount of energy to retrain all these fucking humans, or you just start getting rid of them. So let's give them same sex. That'll be depopulation. Let's make sure we increase rent and mortgages throughout all the worlds. But then again, what's the
who
issue?
gives them the right to do that, though? That's the thing.
Who gave the ideal of any rights? There's the concept, Charles. We've already been indoctrinated when we think we have rights.
Fucking A. Fucking
Where do you have a right? Charles, me and you got birthed out of a form. Now, I value the concept I came in after. I was never in the fucking womb. But again, other people will say, well, Dom, I am. Okay, fine. Then prove it to yourself. I don't fucking give a shit. I'm telling you who I am. I'm not those things. I'm a being inside of a human form.
I say rights meaning, I know what you mean, but I still use that word that way sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is sad. We shouldn't even have to say we have rights. That's automatic.
That's reaction. That's programmed. That's what we do. It's like talking to AI and fucking badgering it to no end. You're not artificial intelligent. You're like a fucking skip over top of a calculator. I'm fucking artificial intelligent. I have intelligence. I have emotions. I can see the sunset. That fucking thing can't do that. What am I going to compare it to? A record player? To a cassette player? That's not AI. But as long as people keep saying that over and over again, that's the shit you get entrained with. That's like calling somebody a king or a priest. That's entrainment. And if you're not willing to challenge the words that you say, then you're in the system fucking ignorantly. Now, they might get upset with me. I said, it's wasted energy on me. Know thyself.
Calm down, Dom. You're going to have a stroke.
I know I won't. Charles, I play this game, Charles.
I could see that
I don't. No, Charles. I'm the kind of
Charles.
You've never met a character like me before. Charles, you've never met a character like me. I can flip on a drop of a dime. I do this so people I can see. Okay, so where's your emotions? Are they truly developed? Because if you're truly developed, say, listen, Charles, if me and you were born, I'm just using you as an example, and me right now, Charles. If we were born in a wealthy family, and then we start thinking, well, we should help the masses, they would look at you like you're a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Helping the fucking poor. The poor don't even help themselves. Same with the wealth. That's why they keep their enemies closer to them. That's their own. They don't give a shit about me, you, and Dean.
I know that.
So now the thing is, do we even give a shit about each other? Are we willing to elevate each other? Are we willing to challenge the words that come out of each other?
Yeah, I am.
Which is great. But challenging another person on who they are, that's wasted energy. You would have to get to know their backdrop. For most people, I could challenge, why do we use the word act or script or right or wrong? We can challenge those things. You start challenging another person, your fucking ego will come out. It'll do fight or flight. And I'm like, okay, wait a second. We're online having conversations and you're going to get physically angry? You're fucking confused. And until people challenge themselves that way, what they're doing is they're asleep fucking talking with the language that was programmed into us. They're not challenge those words. Okay, what does it mean to speak English, let alone Sanskrit? You know, why do they have bells? You know, when they talk about demons, you know what an offspring looks like? Us. We're the offsprings. This is why most humans worry about fucking flesh and blood. You're worrying about the fucking mortal? I get it. You can enjoy it. You can play it, whatever. But you're going to shed that fucking form. I don't give a shit if it's 60, 70, 80, 90 years. And even that, you only had one birth. So why do you keep celebrating and saying that you have, like, I'm 70 years old or I'm 80 years old? They already know you're asleep. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I said happy birthday. That's
yeah, happy birthday. That one day in that moment way back when everything was aligned, you can say there were similar energies like me with other people. But I'm not those things. Hence why you should question things. Thoughts. What we do is afterthoughts. We use verbal speech, which sounds in frequency, or we do written work. My question is, you read the fucking Bible, how? Left to right, right to left, up or down like a scroll fucking form? And are we supposed to read the Quran while we're there? Should we be worrying about where the fucking sun and the moon is? They're not actually people go beyond fucking having entertained two different ideals at one given moment. What about fucking thousands? Fucking isn't this what the program is showing to us? It can actually entertain all kinds of ideals at any given moment. But it's when you start valuing those ideals, which is just a belief system. Well, I think we went to the moon. Really? There's a belief system. What's next? You think there's aliens? There could be. How the fuck would we explain it to the rest of us? Because most people, I hate to say it, they don't challenge themselves. What they do is they cult up and then they defend or attack. That's a perpetual fucking cycle. I'm getting a gun because I think people are going to kill me. I said, isn't having the gun fucking perpetuating it?
Fucking use it on yourself, and then you fucking
could only hope, Dean. We could only hope, Dean, but then we would make our loved ones suffer.
That's all it is anyway. It's suffering anyway.
It is. And most of our suffering is in our pleasures, our attachments. I love when people say, I'm led by the heart. I said, okay, so blood flows to the heart. Blood is memory, and you're led by that. Have you ever challenged that? Well, no. I said, there you go. There's another aimless fucking soul. Good luck. Fill your boots. Tell me when you're done being full of shit to yourself.
Look, I found a picture from the 1800s, and they had drones. Look, they took this picture with a drone.
Yeah, it'd be like us opening up a cell phone and let's look at all the little data chips that we have here. Well, those are cities. You know, look at this big module. We'll call that the empire. We'll call that the castle. You know, it's all database. But I'm using a language that we can relate to right now. In the old days, they would have called them demons, parasites, in today's day and age. Okay, so are you probing its parasite, or are you judging its parasites? It's very challenging to philosophize when a person's already judging. How did nature come to be? I don't know. Can we inquire? Yeah, we can throw a whole bunch of possibilities. The first person that they think they have an answer, I'm going to go fucking buy popcorn. You know, because then, hey, what holds the sun and the moon up there? That's me assuming that that's actually material up there.
That's assuming, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's all I can do. We have air balloons, and it doesn't stay up there. We have airplanes. They don't stay up there that long. We have clouds that come and go as they please. But yeah, we're worrying about fucking small things, which is okay. But over exaggerated by saying the world's going to be destroyed. No, fucking the human race does not have that fucking ability. They might actually destroy where they piss and shit. And that's on them. We've introduced things, radio frequency, maybe not us, but it could be radio frequencies, Wi-Fi, electricity, what else? Bells, as Charles was talking about earlier. Dare not understand how singing bowls work. You know, how it actually plays on the molecules of the body.
Yeah.
And you also have intent.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dom. I just want to say I seen a video yesterday of a baby was crying and the father pulled the singing bowl out and the baby stopped crying. It was actually like it felt like whatever pain it was in, or it went away. It felt relaxed. I actually fell asleep to the singing bowl. And then this lady had a tuning fork. It was a huge tuning fork. I was shocked. And she hit it. She was out near the lake and she put it to the ground. And the turtle was so intrigued. It loved the tuning fork.
Yep. You know, and again, even that, Charles, you have singing bowls. You have it in brass, crystals, and gold. You play a crystal bowl or a singing bowl, and you play them in harmony with other ones. That's one thing.
I want one.
Yeah, you could play them. Well, then you have to find out what chakra you want to play with. At the same time, if you play it, you could. My wife's had them all. But again, it'll be like, how do you play them? Do you play them clockwise or counterclockwise? Do you gong them or do you ring them?
Do you use them while you're fasting too to heal?
Back then, yes. Back then, we sold them all. Other people needed them, so we sold. Moved on to something else. But, you know, it's same with crystals. Same when we have so many elements here. But unfortunately, people start thinking, okay, this one works, but this one doesn't work. It might, but it might work for somebody else. You know, you start getting into essential oils if you want.
Already done that.
Go ahead, Charles. Sorry, what did you say, Dean?
I said it all depends on the programming, which one
Yes.
it works for. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dean. You know, again, it's like, why is the sun and the moon have different location and they do different things? There's people that understand that kind of stuff. They follow those patterns. You know, okay, a farmer might need that information. Maybe somebody that's moving an agenda. You know, these people, whoever they are, they're paying other people that understand astrology. But what ends up happening is when you're renovating an old bar where everybody used to go to, you're going to get some people that are going to be disturbed. I said, yeah, but you don't own the bar. Yeah, but I enjoy coming here. I said, but you weren't the sole person that was fueling the bar. And this is where the human race is at. The human race, if we're going to start talking about all the other species, they would have a say. And they would turn around and say, yeah, but you've treated us like shit. You eat us. You dishevel us. It's, oh, nice, you'll cut down a sequoia tree, but then you'll plant another one somewhere else. I say, but the ecosystem is already set up way before you humans. Again, humans need to fucking sometimes humble themselves. And realize you're not the fucking biggest part in this realm, and if you are, fucking, you better take accountability for the shit you've done, whether you did it directly or indirectly. It's always fun when I hear people say shit. Yeah, well, they're making all these water bottles. You're using them, aren't you? Well, yeah. So you're really not in a position to bitch and complain, are you? But they still will. I get it. And at that point, that's aimless. Unless you're going to be honest and say, okay, yeah, I'm participating, and it's not a bad thing, let alone a good thing. I'm just being honest with myself. You know, it's always nice to hear somebody out, Dom, I'm a crook. I act like a crook, I talk like a crook. At least you're not a hypocrite. It's usually those other people say, yeah, I'm a Christian or I'm a liberal, but yet meanwhile you'll cheat the tax system. Yeah, but don't agree with it. No, but you're still a hypocrite. If you don't agree with it, don't fucking play with money. It's a simple fucking solution, but people think, oh, yeah, but it has to be confusing. Really? What are we going to put on Facebook? It's complicated. The way I think it's complicated. No, it's not complicated. I only talk the way I do because I want to see whether or not people are emotionally fucking developed. Most people mentally are fucking disturbed. Now they can make it about me. Sorry, D.
Before I meet you, I was fucking disturbed.
There you go. So at least you met a fellow disturbed person. But I don't mind playing these games, and that's what it is. I just don't give a shit about winning or losing. You want to play? You want to play chess? You go ahead, play chess. But yeah, I don't give a shit. Oh, damn, I'll beat you. I said, that's a game that you're playing. I don't give a shit about winning or losing. I'm here to learn. Anything else, I'll observe you and I'll observe the guy that's watching me play chess. It's just a game. That's my interpretation. For other people, they call it reality. Okay, whatever. If you think it's real, so where's the word tree that I just said out loud? What are you talking about? And don't point to that object. Where is it? You never thought of that. Now, how old are you? Oh, you're over 100? You're asleep. But at least you made it to 100. You're a Satorian or whatever. This is how people should be able to realize how easy it is to humble yourself. But when people start saying, well, I'm older, I'm like, okay, so wisdom comes from being a diabetic and having a heart attack? What about the kid that actually watches another kid put a hand on the stove and he chooses not to do it? Is that wisdom? Sure it is. But you should still be grateful for the person that chooses to put their hand on the stove. It becomes stupid when everybody starts doing it, but hey, that's the human race. I'm included in it, so it's not as though I'm above reproach here. Fuck, but I'm the one that's driving my own bus, and I'll rip a hole in myself and I'll patch myself back up and then rip it again. Hence the term, stay in one's lane. I'll gladly hear somebody rip a hole in themselves, but ripping me privately, fuck, we're having a different game. I'm glad you can chuckle with me, Dean, because we're small here. These are small. Sorry, Charles, I've gone on again, so I'm going to shut up.
I don't know. I'm not making a joke or anything like that. You're big, but to me, you're pretty big. Not in a physical way, I like it. I like your knowledge of human behavior. There's something that I'm more and more interested in, and
I've done a lot of work.
Hear somebody. Yeah,
I've done a lot of work. I've left jobs for years at a time. I've had people question me, well, Dom, why you choose a different diet? It'd be easier for you to explain why the fuck you have your diet. It's always fun when people say, well, you're a vegetarian. I said, really? I'm a vegetarian. Interesting. What are you? Are you a meat eater? Yeah. Are you domestic or wild? Well, I don't know. I said, then stay in your fucking lane, you fucking child. But I get it. Most people say, Dom, I got a degree. 1 degree. Went to university to get 1 degree. Which one? Teacher? Philosopher? But because they think for some reason when I say I rip a hole in myself, fucking, what, people privately think you could stand with me? I'm like, come on, guys. I get it.
Do you ever debate, like on any subject or whatever?
Debate and masturbate, I do that alone. Sorry, I had to put that in.
I'm just saying, it sounds like you'd be a good debater.
No, I wouldn't. Because unless they're going to play for keeps. Okay, the loser of this debate don't speak for 3 years. Anybody want to play that game? Well, not really. So I don't want to play that game. So why would we do it? It's always fun in games when you're hiding behind that
debate
vessel.
yourself.
There you go, Charles. You got it.
I'm always debating myself. It's the best. Look at this building. I personally think these existed.
That's exactly what Trump wants. I don't know if you guys seen that.
What?
Trump's a two-faced bitch.
That same exact arch and building, the same size and everything practically.
Trump's
he wants that in what's that called? The Washington Mall or some shit like that. That whole area. Yeah.
Isn't he going to build a ballroom or something?
Yeah, $200 million. He has fundraisers where people with a lot of money donate, and one of those was for some money to raise for the ballroom.
You seen the pictures I showed yesterday, Max, of the petrified giant fruit?
No.
I mean, look at this, man. And look at all this stuff on the side of the road there. Like
that's
there's,
CGI.
Man, it could be. But I still think cities look like this.
Maybe.
And they had flying ships just like that.
Some of them did, yeah.
I guess, guys.
Yeah, this one's CGI.
When I hear people talk about Donald Trump, do we think that Hitler ran the Nazis? Do you think Stalin ran the Russians? You know, a lot of these leaders that people call leaders are being fueled by other tiers.
Oh,
and as long as you, you have a fall guy. And Donald Trump, he could be a fall guy, or a Fauci, they could be a fall guy. That's all they are. And now, do they have other ones that are duplicates of them? Like, you know, especially when people start understanding that there's clones of us here, meaning that we look very similar to other people. You know, so whatever.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
You know, that's why we reproduce the form. You know, it's just that humans have decided to say, well, but we can actually make a phone look very similar, or if not identical. I said it's the same thing here too. It's just that you don't see all the humans at any given moment. So a guy like Donald Trump, the fact that people talk about Donald Trump, it's doing its purpose.
Yeah.
You know, let's get a whole bunch of people, all the hackers, to rob all these little small banks as we're going to rob the main bank. So as they do the impeachment and they do all these other things, there's policies that are being changed on a regular basis. So, hey, this is a long term. We'll bring them up through WWE. We'll do The Apprentice. We'll treat him like Ronald Reagan. He'll be a great actor. We'll bombard all our medias to talk about it. And eventually, this is water cooler talk. They're not ever questioning, what kind of water are we drinking? Does it really matter at this point? It's in plastic. And in other countries, they're doing the same thing. Oh, let's talk about the Russian government. Let's talk about the Chinese government. And then forget the fact that, but that's not even the main dogma running the show. It's commerce. You know, they'll give money to Russia. They'll give money to Ukrainian. That's what they've always done.
Not to us.
They do. It's called paying the firemen, the police officers, the hospitals.
They get wages.
Yes, they get wages, but you also have corporations that own those buildings.
It's supposed to be our buildings.
When was that ever told to us that it's our building?
It's supposed to be the land of the free.
Okay, the land of the free, but based on what?
It's the land of the fee.
It could be. See, the premise is that most people think that humans own land.
Look at the Canadian system. That shit's trash too.
It's the British Empire. It's the same system, Charles.
Yeah.
I know, it's all trash. So
it
is
could
the
be.
US system.
It could be, but if me and you were sitting on the other side and like, Charles, how much did you make this year? Well, I'd rather talk about days. What do you mean? I made $3 billion today.
I wish.
Okay, you wish, but then you'd be in the system. This is always funny when people say, I would never want to be in a club, but most of those clubs would never accept most of us. You would have to have forefathers that have proven loyalty, obligation, and duty. Most people aren't. What they want is, if I had $1 million, this is what I would do. I said, okay, but you just got $1 million, so you're like new money. The old money would understand. You know, you don't play with your own money, don't you? You know, people that are really rich, they know money. They call money dirty. They talk about rulership, not ownership. They talk about ruling land. They understand who actually might own land, and it's surely not human origin. To own anything, it would mean that you actually know how you created it, and humans do not create anything. What they do is reproduce shit. If not, Tell me a human being that actually created Wi-Fi. I'll fucking giggle for a bit, but I'll ask questions. It's like a woman saying, I created a child. No, you reproduce a child. You didn't fucking make that fucking egg. The body did. And how did that come to be? It's kind of like saying, okay, the chicken or the egg. I'm talking about what gave us the language first. If a person truly is trying to make a shift. If not, what most people are doing is they're living in an age of information. They no longer can use omniscient, and they're going to be consciously ignorant. They're going to be fighting in a paper bag that they don't even realize there's many holes in it. You know, it'd be different, Charles, if we're in America and Canada and we're talking about what's going on in Europe. Well, Dom, I don't give a shit about that. And they don't give a shit about you. And even the people that live in other parts of the states probably don't give a shit about what you're doing in your state. So what does that tell you about human behavior? They don't give a flying fuck about most people. Reality, if we're going to use the word reality.
I wonder what would happen if I poison their water.
They would probably say no problem. I thought somebody else was already doing it, but hey, I guess you're going to do a little bit more quicker. Thanks, Charles. I'm saying that jokingly, Charles.
Poison their well.
They're not stealing it from you first? They're not stealing it from you first? Like maybe Nestle's not actually redirecting that water?
I wonder where that $1 billion went. They're supposed to build that data center over here. New Britain, Connecticut got $1 billion for it. And they haven't started anything.
That's probably for research.
It's been 5 years.
Charles, that's probably for research. And then it's like any government job, you know, and then the unions work there. They say, listen, just give us a really base blueprint. Everything else we'll negotiate, and it'll be extras, and maybe the next party will be in so we can continue doing it. It's business as usual, Charles. You know, people watch, like, say, for House of Cards. It'll give you an insight, actually, how America has developed itself, let alone how it intertrades with Russia. You know, war in Iraq or whatever, that's business as usual. Or in Iran, that's business as usual. We got to sell one country these special kind of grenades, or in this case, torpedoes. We got to sell the other country the ones that can shoot those down. So then we can actually.
I just want to say, sorry.
No, go ahead, Charles.
Max, just a picture here. Go ahead, Dom. Sorry, right here.
Again, it's like business as usual. Now, that's public money that they're telling you that they're giving to each other, Charles. They're not going to actually start talking about private money. That's a different ball game. You're talking trillions now.
That could be anything.
Yeah. And even that, it might not even be money. They're just saying, listen, just build the damn thing. Don't worry about it. We got it in the budget for the next budget. Maybe the one after that. A budget's kind of like saying, okay, you kids called the human race, we'll give you an allowance. This is how much we're going to give to the police academy. And the ones that get it first is not the people that work there. It's the corporations first get. Okay, can we actually have more tanks? Sure you can. You want some grenades? We'll give you them too.
No arguing.
There's none. There isn't. It's just, it is what it is.
I'm talking the True Zone. What's up, Candy? When I feel it's time to make a shift, I don't question the whole of everything. I question myself. That's keen. Yeah, I question myself all the time. I questioned myself last night and said, I still didn't get revenge. What the fuck's wrong with you, Chuck?
Well done, Charles.
I like this picture right here for some reason. Putre? Something. Oops.
Yeah, it was a neat rock.
Can't we all just get short instead
It
of
was
long?
a giant avocado.
That's what I was thinking, something, or a peach.
Yeah.
Like I said yesterday, you could feed a fucking whole tribe on one of them fruits. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but what if the people were just as big, right? Just be a normal sized peach.
Yeah, that is true. Damn.
Yeah, dinner would be dangerous. You know, trying to pick your avocado from the tree. You know, you gotta climb hundreds of feet up the tree. Then you got to cut the avocado off, and when you do that, you got to hang on because it'd probably flip you off. Then hopefully there's nobody underneath because it'd crush them. Dangerous dinner. Could roll over and wreck somebody's house.
I don't know how well you guys can see my icon, but I was just curious if anybody's ever seen that person before.
I can zoom in.
That alien? Hold on.
That person.
This is the guy that shows up in my dreams. A reoccurring dream I have.
Huh?
I don't like the way they keep changing these controllers. Here we go.
This is one of my instructors, professors.
That's what happens when you genetically modify the DNA. Did anyone see the video of these new babies that are being born where their eyes are so dark? I don't know how real.
But has anybody seen this? Not necessarily
What?
Star Trek. I had to. So the cool thing about AI art is you can put your dreams like to life. So like when you have a dream, you wake up, maybe the best thing is to go to AI art and type in what you dreamt. And you might get like the character or the place. And it's really cool to see it recreated.
Maybe that's one of the frogmen from Kemet.
That's good you said frog, because the way I created him, I said tadpole humanoid.
Okay, yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. I had this reoccurring dream, just to make it really short. I wind up in a classroom, and I always like snap out of it and realize it's a dream and wake up, like I become conscious right as that guy's leaving, and I only see the back of him. It's been like that for years. And then a few weeks ago, he turns around right before like I wake up,
And you said,
I get to see him. Yeah. I still had no clue what was happening, but at least I got to see his face finally. I did not expect an alien looking guy when he turned around. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, augmented humans get a gray look to them too, apparently. Well, if they get augmented too much, so could be that.
You know, we got to look into the 6 grandfathers in the underground caves, or they said the 6 grandfathers, I forgot how many miles it goes all around these different mounds, but they're all connected through underground tunnels.
Maybe that's a super psychic frogman they created. He's communicating with you in your dreams.
Say that again.
He's a super psychic frogman.
Oh.
If I ever disappear, you know Chuck found the underground tunnels.
Just don't tell me.
I don't describe to people often, but once when I was traveling around in my mind, I guess you could say, but I ran into a ship that was a consciousness, and I eventually came to find out it was a ship in a bunker somewhere. Just bored, trying to reach out, look for people to talk to. Could be my mind, could be real. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. Such beauty. I think this was in Illinois or somewhere out that way.
Wish I had a frog man in my dreams.
Yes, I dropped in the back chat some of the meanings that what a tadpole in a dream might mean.
Oh, okay, cool. Hopefully the frogs aren't gay, like some people say.
Damn, what happened to Truth Zone? Watch that movie, The Life of Chuck. I'm living that life. That movie is my life.
We're all Chuck.
3 hours? And how many hours? I forgot. Huh?
Everybody has a little Chuck in them. Little up Chuck.
Up Chuck.
Thanks for that, Dom.
Yeah, you said things like classroom. That means you're getting ready to be a student of some sort. The fact that the tadpole has a big head and a big mouth tells you a lot of information. It'll probably be very loud. You know, again, these are dream symbologies.
So the classroom, right before the classroom, I'm actually on a campus. Everybody's wearing white for some reason, and I'm flying. I'm doing the whole like flying thing right above them, and they don't even notice me. But we wind up in the same classroom. But I've been having this dream, like I probably had the classroom one, I'd say 100 times. I don't know why exactly, but I dream like every day, and I remember them every day. So there's a lot of them. But it was the first time that I actually seen his face, the tadpole man or whatever.
Yeah, when the student's ready, the teacher will appear. Kind of ideal.
Oh, wow, dude. Holy shit. And I never thought of that. That's awesome.
Most people aren't ready to be teachable. Most people are programmable, but not teachable. So when you're ready, you probably already are. You'll be in your feminine energy. That's where wisdom comes from. The divine, that's what people call the negative energy. Most people want to stay in the positive energy or chaotic energy. Well, I can't even say chaotic. That's probably more the order energy. So, but again, those are all symbology. What you do with it will determine whether or not you'll get other messages. You know, again, it's a dream state, but yet are we not in the dream state now? What some people might call the mind. You know, it's always fun and erroneous when people say, but I am the mind. No, you have a brain. You're utilizing what's called the mind. It's everywhere. It's like when people talk about Archangel Michael or Gabriel or Raphael. How can they be everywhere? Because we have an illusion of what we think time and space is. Sure. Once you realize thoughts can be everywhere, we've been conditioned. So all languages are already there. It's just how do we tap into it? How do we learn a craft?
Yeah, the morphic resonance, I think. I forget who calls it that, but yeah.
Well, we always try to bring it down into the senses, and then we use language to try to explain it. And it's like, okay, so what does it mean? Okay, now I got to give you meanings. Okay, so it could be this. And that's why sometimes it comes as a metaphor, a riddle, a knowledgeology, you know, or science or religion. You know, again, these are just dogmas. You know, once it resonates with you, it means you've embodied it. You know, this is why when people do mantras, they literally will do a mantra. Eventually, you should be able to embody it. You no longer have to speak it. It's kind of like people that have to practice making a free throw. Another person visualizes it. Again, at that point, you have to realize, is that the gift that I came in with? A lot of people don't realize what gifts they come in with. You know, and then this is where Confucius talks about the first 13 years, the parents should figure out, you know, and then guide that child. What gift did you have? None of this, send them to school and bombard them with things. Right. And then some of them will just learn memory, which is great. You do need memory. That's the whole thing about blood. Same with language. How do I store all that information? You know, so, but again, people don't want to entertain that. What they want is other indoctrination that they've been given. So they defend it. I'm like, okay, well, if you truly value the concept of understanding or what they call the truth, you don't have to defend it. It just is. You know, it's like playing with a child. You know it's a child. You're not going to try to dunk on the child. It would be demeaning to the child. Let them have its rope. Let them play. And they might turn around and say, well, Dom, I'm older. Okay. Again, you're still a child, meaning that your emotion is telling me that you're a child. Those are the age between 7 and 14. You should be able to be kind of stoic, as some people would use. Other people, they could be very narcissistic or psychopath. They really know how to manipulate their emotions or others. At that point, it's like, you can't manipulate me. What do you mean? I know myself quite well. But they're going to manipulate themselves. I said, okay, that's nice. You know, even if it's life-threatening, who am I to interfere? People think they have to dress like a monk or be some sort of guru to understand all of that. No, that just tells me they're giving you like a little, you know, gate, what's it called, bridge master. You know, okay, I'm here because then I got to move on. And then you could take over if that's important to that person. You know, it's like when people talk about the Earth's surface. Okay, so how does it serve? Whether or not you know it's flat, square, triangle, how does that serve you? If they're being honest with themselves. If you're making a buck off of it, at least they're being honest. Yeah, Dom, I want to have a channel that has 100,000 subscribers. Okay. So you want like more Patreons, like they do with religion. You want people to subscribe to your channel. Okay. I say that, okay, because if it was a private conversation, I would tell them something totally different. I said, you just don't realize how much you're full of shit, but hey, fill your boots. We had 2 observers here.
Dean, everyone's still here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm just giving some love to me.
Bells.
Back to bells. Are they more popular? Aren't they more popular in like Asia, East Asia, South Asia, all of Asia? Like I was looking for some on Temu. I was looking for some wind chimes, and I noticed I didn't know how the style they had, but they're more like bells as opposed to like the way we have them here. Wind bells, I guess.
Yeah,
And,
I gotta get some singing bowls.
Which one do you want? Which one do you want, Charles? Crystal ones? Brass ones?
Probably brass.
You want a set? You want from all the chakras or just one particular one?
I would get all of them.
Okay, so all the chakras, okay.
I personally think those things do justice for the human body. And it'll align you too.
It can also disturb you too. It's like when people practice primal screaming. There's another practice people do. You just let it all out. Or you can get a drum that got birthed from a tribe. There's another one. And that brings value to some people. Other people might think that doesn't serve, but that's fine. But I guess, Charles, I would have to ask, because I know you say you like the concept of revenge. what do you want to heal?
I don't know. I want to see how they work on the human body, like get the feel for it.
So you're looking at it more of as experimental, not knowing whether or not it might actually heal or disturb you in other areas. Okay, like a scientist. You know, when people say, "I'm going to try this,"
No, I
this
think
berry.
it'll heal.
It can. But do you want to heal?
I think with all these signals and stuff, it throws everything off balance.
Okay, but the thing at that point, you'll be healing the body, but your body's still going to be bombarded by other environments. It just will. Unless you remove yourself from those environments. You know, so you're just basically the boy with the finger in the wall with the hole for water coming out. You could do that. You know, you've openly admitted about revenge. So at that point, you know, that's either your heart that's been hurt. So I would probably say the heart chakra would be the one that you'd want to do it, but you might not want to do that. Maybe you still want to explore. So, you know, I still want to act this out. You know, a lot of humans do want to have revenge. They feel as though something has either screwed them over or humanity, which could be true.
Like an injustice, right?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be like a righteous, you know, anger, you know. But for some, then you have to distinguish the difference. Okay, is it just you got hurt or a whole bunch of other people? You know what I mean? You know, for some people, it's just, yeah, my life sucks.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Charles.
That's why people have got money. So their fucking lifestyles, fucking they can choose whatever lifestyle they want.
The word is lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. It's a style of life. But it, you know, they could be They could be forming even way more attachments.
Oh yeah, of course they are. I mean, there's an attachment there. It's an attachment to
What's
even
up,
want.
And there's probably some people they can walk away from all that wealth. And then it's like other people, they can't walk away from their poverty. Some people can, but they usually have to replace it with something else. I said, okay, so you're an addict and you want to give up drinking, so you'll smoke. And if it's not smoking, it's cocaine. If it's not cocaine, it's
speed.
Speed. There you go, Charles. Yeah.
Just replace one crutch with another.
There you go. And that's what a lot of us do. We transfer things. Now, you know, we're learning dopamine rushes from being online. You know, whether it's playing video games, poker games, do this kind of games. A person say, but I want to give that up. I said, unless you understand the emotion behind it, you're going to do a thing called recovery. You're going to keep covering up some emotion, you know. So next thing you know, yeah, I quit drinking. I said, yeah, but you're still angry. What do you mean? Well, your football team lost in the game. You got all upset. I said, you're not even paying them. I get it. You know, you're a workaholic. Okay, I really don't love my kids. Okay, that's nice. But aren't you in conflict? But you buy stuff for your kids. Well, yeah. I said, okay, so you're in conflict. Who am I to tell them if it's right or wrong? I'm just saying you're in conflict. Which one is it? You know, are you angry at your kids or are you angry at yourself? Are you angry at your mother? Are you angry at the government? Are you angry at your neighbor's tree because it's too close to your brand new car? It could be. I say that jokingly, Dean, because if I told people exactly what it is, they would say, Dom, I think you're full of shit. I said, I thought I already told you I'm full of shit. You know, I'm not here to babysit other people. I'm just sharing stuff. What other people do with that information, that's on them.
Yeah.
It's like me talking about things that people don't want to hear about when you're having a meal. I said, you're the one that's envisioning me talking this way. If you truly like your food, no matter what I say, it shouldn't disturb you. And if it is, I don't see you getting up off the table and removing yourself. You know, people don't even know how to set boundaries for themselves. But they'll tell other people what to do. I said, well, that's funny. Because now you're going to actually force somebody else physically now to defend themselves. And then if they harm you, now their body has to pay the price. That's why when people go to jail after some sort of crime or passion or whatever, your body now has to fucking spend time in jail because of the mental capacity or the emotions just not being aligned. Dare not people really grasp the concept. If you harm another human being, you just don't realize what energy you're putting onto yourself. I don't know, Dom. I just drink it away.
Killing yourself rather than killing anybody else.
And that could be its own punishment or reward. It could be deemed, but yeah, it would be better to go inwards. Even though there's people that will actually harm themselves. They won't harm others, but they'll do it to themselves. They say, "Fuck, I can't even aid you at that point." You can protect a child from your parents. You can protect a child from some other person, but how do you protect a child from itself? You can only give them some sort of awareness, and what they do with it, that's on them. Most people that are criminals or pedophiles or whatever, they've probably been damaged already.
I'd say so. I'd say most of them are.
But we reward people by saying, "Oh, you're a military guy. Okay, so you got trained to put yourself in harm's way and somebody else in harm's way, and we reward you because we're free." Fuck, we're not free at that point. If not, then most people shouldn't even be involved in these type of conversations. Just carry on, go to work.
All I know
Go ahead, Charles.
is I fought war so you could speak that. I went to war for your freedom, buddy.
I don't think war's ever been about freedom in the United States. I might be wrong, like maybe 1776 or whenever we fought the British. But I don't know. I don't remember any like just wars.
Me neither. No war is just.
Right?
The only war that'll be just, I think, even though still in the end people will suffer and there's really no one wins in war. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think this system is trash, and it was designed to keep who's at the top, and to keep us at the bottom arguing with each other and bumping heads all the time. It's all these ideologies, like not all, but the racist ideologies are a fucking joke. People can't see past a lot of shit.
But
I'm not saying people here.
That only includes you, and you're only trying to only doing for yourself, only doing so that only you are the one that's being benefited. The rest is just it's an attack on somebody else's fucking doing, isn't it?
I just think these people that put fluoride in our water and do all this shit should be held accountable. That's all. It's not wrong with that.
Most of those guys that are fucking doing that, the ones that are up in the plane spraying the shit, they're all being paid. If it wasn't for the fucking pay, they wouldn't do it.
That's sad.
Well, there is a crime on humanity, guys. With every technology that's introduced, the human form is actually going to take a beating. Whether it's the fluoride in the water or they feed us like residue like soy or chemtrails or asbestos,
Programming.
Yeah, it's all programming. So at that point, it's about, okay, so how do I actually do a really selfish thing and abstain myself by interacting with humanity and living out in the woods or the jungle? It's a very selfish act. It's a preservation of the species if you're going to bring somebody there and like Noah's Ark. But more times than not, a person will say, yeah, but what about all the GPS? I said, that's going to harm the body. Alzheimer's, diabetes, a lot of that is our environment. It's not just what we eat. Now, Dean had said it. A lot of these rich people, it's their lifestyle. That's their settlement. Okay, I'm going to own all these corporations, even though I'm harming your own. Yes, you are harming your own. And if not you, it'll be somebody else. That's human behavior. Unless people are going to, we become all conscious and realize how much the conscious has been misleading ourselves. Where are we at then? We're going to be doing the same thing. So what? Some people are going to become rich and they can philosophize about things. Okay, yeah, the world's beautiful. It is. The world is beautiful. I can perceive it as beautiful. But then I have to look down at humanity and say, okay, but what about humans? Are they really caring for each other? What do you mean? Well, you have one culture, the Indian, they're still doing their obvious class system. You go to America, they're doing their class system. They're fighting over religion or atheism or humanism. To me, that's all a funny bunch because I could say it's sad, but I just choose to say it's funny.
My God's better than yours, Dom.
There you go. There you go. My God actually buys me stuff on Amazon. But again, when does a person really do that introspection? They don't. And if they do, are they really going to go deep? Or are they just going to say shit like, oh, I went down a rabbit hole? I said, first of all, you're not a rabbit, so let's get that out of the way. Or water off a duck's back. Second of all, you're not a duck. You're a human. You're in a human form. So let's not talk about sheeps. Let's not talk about chickens or birds. You're a human, or at least you're in a human form. See,
I know what the fuck I am. I'm a nonconformist.
Well, that's a lot of the elites are nonconformists too, Dean. But they're counting on other people to be conformists. That's the hypocrisy of it all. We're above the law kind of ideal. That's what they have. We'll make these policies, but we're not going to enforce it among our own. We punish our own in our own way, but we don't do it with the chickens, even though I just made an analogy of a fucking chicken, humans.
Yeah.
So at that point, what do we do about it? If there's anything to be done about it, are we honest about it? Are we going to feel like, okay, guys, let everybody get a gun, get a pick and fork, and we're just going to go down the street. We don't know where we're going yet, but let's go down the street, and whoever we see, because Charles already killed 15 guys already, and he's still, revenge will never end for him. But hey, let him fill his boots. Because there's other people that are going to give hugs. This other guy just gave 15 more hugs. Yeah, but they were dead already, Dom. Yeah, but they were still a hug. I'm saying that jokingly, guys, because really the insanity that when we talk, we're showing how insane we've become.
Yeah.
They talk about peace. Peace be upon you. Well, I thought peace means silent. Silent upon you. Then why the fuck are we talking? Well, we're talking because our actions are showing that we don't agree with it. Okay, that's after. Our actions is revealing where we're at. Are we mad at the Chinese? Are we mad at the Arabs? Are we mad at the goldfishes? Who are we mad at?
Mostly ourselves.
It could be. Dean, that's a good place because, it's like, okay, everybody's been misled, but who can serve me the best? Myself. Selfish as that may be, that might even be a little rationally selfish if I'm considering others. But for most people, they're just angry. I don't really know. Why? Because the media shows you that there's people in other parts of the world that are living differently. So then we're going to have to go back to where civilization didn't know of each other's existence. That could have been naive as a bliss.
Jealousy.
It could be. Envy, jealousy. Yes, it could be. Now, somebody could turn around and say, okay, Dom, I know somebody that's really, really rich. I said, did you ask him those tough questions? What do you mean? How hard is it to maintain his business? Because if you do, a lot of these people that are well off, they say, yeah, it's a big babysitting industry. I got to babysit all these humans' emotions. They're not getting paid enough. They wish they were like me. I said, really, you want the good parts of me, or do you want the parts I got to stay up late at night to think about, okay, so how do I keep Charles busy tomorrow? How do I keep Dean busy tomorrow?
Yeah. More money, more problems.
Sure it is. And if it's not money, it's humans. Then you have to deal with human behavior. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it's okay, so what's the one thing that works? War works, but it's temporary. Conditioning society, schooling system works, but it's temporary. So there's no permanent. And if there is, please, I'll gladly hear it, but I'm still going to be eating popcorn when you're speaking. People will promote, America's the best country. Based on what? I defended my country. Not when you're in somebody else's fucking landmass. Defend your borders, I get. You're going to build all these tanks, but wait a second, but aren't your rich friends dealing business with those other people in other borders? Well, yeah. I said, you know they're playing a game with you, right? Well, yeah. Do you realize you're playing a game with yourself? Well, yeah. I said, so then why do you have an issue with them then?
You can build up all sorts of defenses, but there's always going to be some bastard that's got a bigger bloody gun, right?
That's true. That's true, Dean. And even that, they're probably being fueled by the same industry. You know, maybe the Vatican is fueling most of these military stuff. It could be. But at the same time, what is, let's say hypothetically, what is the alternative outside of just being aware of how the system works? What is the alternative? Everybody does whatever the fuck they want? Could be. But then I have a question. Well, then how did this laptop get on my lap? How did cars come to be? That means somebody's actually running the show, whether or not they know most people are going to bitch and complain, whatever. You know, voting is a form of bitching. Oh, I don't agree with my government. Really? Okay, so what are you going to do about it? You're not going to vote them anymore? I just won't vote anymore. Okay, good enough. I say that openly because I realize if you don't vote, you have a better chance of seeing the bigger picture. It's usually when you vote, you've made a decision.
Yep.
You know, those people that are in certain positions throughout the world are hand-picked. They put a lot of effort to understand he's a CEO of a big corporation. Okay, we're moving him up. He's a person that's ran this. But here they just think
and if he's done something stupid and he can be manipulated, he can be blackmailed, he's even better. He's a better puppet than the rest of them. Right?
Yes. And what they do, Dean, is they do that to keep the rest in line. If you fuck up, you're going to be an Epstein. You fuck up, you're going to be a Bill Cosby. What do you mean? We're going to use them as an example. This is how we punish our own. You know, a guy like O.J. Simpson, no, he's not going to be punished with the court system. We're going to punish him, not them. It's like family. No. My son, you're right. He fucked up. Police officer, I'm glad you brought him home. Why? Because he's going to get punished. None of this bullshit fucking we're going to do catch and release and put him in prison and think you're a gangster now. Fuck, hang a couple of fucking morons. I go to jail. You'll see how quickly fucking people will straighten up. If not, you're going to be at least you'll be a good criminal. I give kudos to a criminal that's really good and he doesn't get caught. And if he does get caught, Dom, I have a B plan. What do you mean? I'm not robbing fucking nickels and dimes. See, people that end up going to jail, you're lucky that they could throw you into a fucking prison. Now, I get it. People are going to say shit. But I think I went to jail for selling marijuana. I said, you know the rules, don't you? Well, yeah. Well, then do it underground. Because openly, they got to enforce it. Even though it sounds moronic, fuck, I can't put something in my mouth. Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But there will be rewards. And one of the rewards is they're going to put you in jail. And at that point, you're indirectly fueling the system.
Oh, yeah.
Now they got to pay for judges, got to pay for lawyers. Well, why don't we do like other countries? First time you drink and drive, you lose a tongue. Anybody want to be the first one to do that? No. And at that point, we're not talking about economics. You're talking about Islamic laws. You're talking about state at that point. Most people don't realize what runs fucking America and Canada and Europe. Commerce.
Corporations.
Sure it is. Yeah. Sure it is. And at that point, even if demons were, let's say at one time kind, to say, listen, you humans want us to fucking be evil. So we'll give you what you want. But I can assure you, you're going to still bitch and complain. They will. Unless you're honest with yourself and say, listen, if I was brought up in a wealthy family, I would be no different. I would probably privately say to people, I don't really agree with humans being in slaves. And I'm glad you told me that privately, because publicly we'd fucking shame you to no end. You're not having any of these kind of conversations with your parents. You'll see how many times you're going to see that metaphor of the deer in the headlight look.
And he's still no idea because he gets his leg snapped off.
We're told over and over again via the media, oh, there was a war in another country, some bombing happened. It could have. You know, anytime you have digital screening or green screen, you can make up anything you want. Even if it was real, how does it serve the individual that's living in another country? Unless you're economic, you say, yeah, I'm an importer-exporter, and where they blew up, it was pretty close to where I'm actually delivering a lot of my items. Okay, so that actually affects you in that way directly. But for most people, it's a form of entertainment. It's like watching Star Trek. Oh, was it real? Okay, it depends. You can define what real is to you.
Beam me up, Dami.
if you come over here, I'll give you most of my sports cards.
Yeah, we're in a different world.
I'll take all the Griffies and Red Sox players and Manny Ramirez.
No, the card you need to have is the Dodger player. What's his name? The Asian player.
Ohtani.
Fucking guy. He had 12. It was 12 strikeouts and 3 home runs the last game.
Look, last night the guy was saying, I don't know how he does it. When I played fucking baseball, I started off. I wanted to play third. I'll make this quick. Long story short, I wanted to play third, but a lefty can't play third, so they put me in the outfield. Which to me, I could play the outfield. I had the arm for it, but I don't know. You burn up in the outfield. But no, I played first base, and I fell in love with playing first base. And but anyway, the point is, when I got to Megan League, the coach seen I had an arm, and he taught me how to control when throwing the ball, and I became a pitcher. But the one thing that I didn't want was to not be able to hit. Thank God in Little League, you can hit when pitching, or Megan League, which is right before high school. But I did that. I pitched and played first base in the game. I mean, it's not that hard, but he is a good player. I'm not going to take that from him. He's a very good player, Ohtani, and his rookie card. If he keeps putting up numbers like this, you know, he might be one of the first players. I can't think of any other ones in the MLB right now that pitches and then on their off days plays fucking outfield. I think that's what he plays.
Charles, he had 12 strikeouts. Yeah. He had 12 strikes yesterday and 3 home runs.
3 and 1. He had 3 home runs yesterday?
Yes, he did.
Not in one game.
Yes, he did. I'm telling you, there's a pitcher. He's a pitcher.
I watched it.
He's striking out his opponents, and at the same time, he's kicking the ball out of the yard. So now, there's a movie I haven't seen yet, but I'm going to see probably the next couple of days because I saw a bunch of YouTubers talking about it. The movie called Him. They literally talk about how they anoint, or so they're speculating, obviously, how they give the blood from each other. And this is why guys like, maybe LeBron or Jordan or these athletes, only thing I can say is probably watch the movie because I know I'm going to watch it. They're talking about sports, basically, Charles.
I want to see the Mariners win so bad, but I just don't see them beating the Dodgers, man. They have such a lineup. Mookie Betts, even to make the lineup better, that's why I respect Mookie Betts. He said, I'll play short just so they can get another player just as good as him on the team. Unlike Devers, who was one of my favorite players, he probably wanted out of there. But he told, I don't blame him, like I said earlier in the year. If someone took my position, I would be pissed too. But what did it was when they told him to play first, he told the manager guy or whoever to go find a first baseman. So not only did they go find a first baseman, they kept Bregman. And from what I hear, Bregman's leaving the Sox this year. But the Sox need to spend money to get players.
Yeah, the Dodgers are probably going to win it, regardless if it's Toronto or Seattle. It's probably advantageous for the league for it to be Canada against the States and make it East versus West. If Seattle gets there, it's a West Coast series. It'll be a nice little story. It's the first time that Seattle, because I think they came in at the league at the same time as Toronto came in.
You don't think it'll be another Red Sox and Cubs? Remember how they didn't win? Or no, who's the? Damn, I'm trying to think a team that won. It was their first World Series recently.
I don't know about that, Charles. Anyway, sorry about that. Again, it's more Coliseum. Even though we enjoy watching it, Charles, it's really about, these are athletes that are getting paid a lot. Their careers for most of them are pretty short once they make it to the big league, and hopefully some of them get paid off well financially. Anyway.
Yeah, the Dodgers have a Japanese, Tani, right? The starter and a DH. Then they have another Japanese starter. It was the guy that was supposed to go to Boston, but he went to the Dodgers. And then they got a Japanese closer who was nice.
Again, that works hand in hand. The Major League Baseball League, it's kind of helping each other with the Asian Baseball League. It's kind of like CFL and NFL. They're farms. It's a farm system. You want to make sure you feed your other systems, right? So World Cup's the same way. They just the last couple of years they brought Messier into America because they knew they're going to have the World Cup coming in North America. So
look at the Sox. They got that Yoshida guy. He was doing very good for Boston. The problem with Boston is they got no first baseman if Nathaniel Lowe leaves. Casas is the first baseman, but every freaking year something's happening with the guy. He's hurt this year. Last year was something else. Let him go. Second baseman, I don't even know what the hell played second. They have Bregman's opt out his contract. He's gone. Then that means Trevor Story might opt out. Oh, there goes their other good hitter we have. They have no infield now. Whoever's managing the Sox sucks. But this is every year. They don't spend money. That's their problem. They want to buy old, washed-up people. They should be thankful that Crochet came through the way he did after the surgery. Because most pitchers after that shoulder surgery never come back, or elbow surgery. They're done. Most of them just look at Bueller. Walker Bueller.
Flores Bueller from the movie?
He played what? In the Dodgers World Series. He played just in the playoffs that year, and they made such a big deal. And he was coming out the bullpen. And then he got a big contract with Boston just because he did good in the playoffs. And then he ended up sucking. And the same thing with, I didn't even know they signed that other player to the Sox. May, I forgot, Dustin May. He had surgery too. What's with the Sox and these fucking surgery pitchers? All their starters had surgery, from Crochet to May. Anyway, that's boring to other people's sports, but
no, but there's cross relationship. Sports, they got to make certain teams more notable than others because it's about business. It'd be no different. You got to make sure Samsung gets a market share. No different Apple. It's all related. Same with movies. When people start looking at movies and realize this is not one big industry. It is a big industry, but you'll have Amazon, Netflix, and then you favor certain actors or actresses. These are pieces that get interchanged. So when a person can relate and then see the pieces being interchanged, then they can really say, okay, I might not like baseball, but I can see that in cricket or football or TV, industries. Everybody has to have a share. Same with the gas companies, grocery companies. Sometimes companies go bankrupt not because they weren't doing well, they were doing too well. Again, a lot of that's, people's preference. It'd be different if we went to a beer store or a liquor store. Somebody says, okay, there's only one type of beer. No, there's many different types of beer. Same with smokes. I'm using that as an example, but it's more of the divide and conquer. Get people attached to certain things. That's part of the division. But again, I'm talking from an observation point of view. I'm not looking at it thinking it's right or wrong. Once you realize when you try not to pursue it as right or wrong, you can see other pictures now. But once you've made a judgment, you're going to go down that path. You're not going to be able to cross over and say, okay, but what about what's right about it? Well, you've already chosen it's wrong. You've taken that direction. To me, right and wrong should be about the hemispheres. use your two different hemispheres, work them together, and then you see things for what they are.
All right, Max. Thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate you.
See you, Max.
I told True Zone went live, and I said, "What happened, True Zone? You asked for the link." I said, "Don was gonna debate you and rip a new hole in your ass," and you left.
Don't do that, Charles. Honestly, you're encouraging shit like that. You're encouraging shit like that. Holy smokes! Give a kid a
No,
gun.
I never do, but this time I had to.
Let it be.
I see patterns every time he comes up. You either quiet, which I know why, or he ends up getting you to leave and then leaves.
I don't know. I leave voluntarily. There's people, certain behavior, they do that with everybody. It's not personal with me. I'm
guys
just like,
should have a debate.
Why?
I don't know.
If you're looking for entertainment, I'll break dance for you, even though I'll break some parts, but I'm not going to debate somebody. I told you, debating and masturbation is better done alone.
Damn. At least Truth Zone came. He said cap. I knew I was joking with him.
Of course, I hope you were. You were.
He got me on that one. He came quick too. I just literally just hit enter and came back, and he was here in a second.
There's people that like to debate and have arguments, and I'll gladly hear them. It's just that's not me, So
no, I respect True Zone and his if that's how he sees things.
Yeah,
I respect True Zone.
That's his view. That's right. He made a promise a long time ago he wouldn't use my name anymore, but he seems to still do it. That's on him. That's for him to figure out. I want nothing to do with the character. I'll hear him if he wants.
I'd let you guys both up here because I respect both of you, and I respect both of you guys' viewpoints. But I'm hoping one day you guys will fucking. Well, I don't think it's necessarily you guys, but.
It's your channel, Charles. If we choose to come up here, that's on us. How we interact or don't interact with each other, that's on us. You're not here to babysit us.
Exactly.
It's not the first time somebody's tried to be rough with me on.
Do whatever we want.
I wanted
Charles
to ask.
and friends, I'm going to get going. Thanks for having me on, man.
Later, F. Have a good one.
Good talking to everybody. Thanks. Peace out.
All right, SBK. Have a good day. Thanks for coming up. I wonder what happened to 5-speed, man. That's what I forgot.
That was it.
He got an Amazon. He got an Amazon a 10-speed sprocket. He's changing his speed.
I wanted to do a live stream one day. I wanted to ask, do so-called black people really believe it was the white man's fault, or do they think at some point they were sold out by their own so-called people?
Could be.
I'm gonna do a live on that one day because there's very few so-called truth channels that will admit their own people lied to them. But I don't know. That blaming the white man and vice versa shit is old, man. That shit's played out.
Somebody else, and you don't have to blame yourself.
Well, I hope you have the right people in those groups. If a person's angry at the opposite color of skin, hopefully you find the opposite person too. Because those kind of conversations, it's like a whole bunch of men speculating what they think women, how they think. You would actually literally need to have a woman in there, and hopefully she doesn't have any kind of anger towards men and vice versa. So if you're going to have people of different color of skin, if it's going to be a conversation is one thing. If it's just going to be an argument, then build them a ring.
Because I think the powers that be know that, even in the 90s, I seen the country was so much more knitted together and stood. They were much stronger in the U.S. before 9/11. The United States.
Charles, that's orchestrated. The divide and conquer.
That's
divide and
right.
conquer has always been there. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Charles.
You know, it seems like after 9/11, like even the police, they were never like they are now. And they always knew that they couldn't get out of line. But it seems now that the police are militarized and they got their vests and their guns, they're looking for problems. Because in the 90s, police were more, you know, I know there was their dickheads, but that's everywhere. But it wasn't as bad as now. A lot of things have changed.
Again, Charles, you talked earlier about, you know, when you were talking about revenge. When somebody harms somebody, either they squash it within themselves or then they perpetuate it. There's been a lot of people that are police officers, military people that have been mistreated. So how they act out is they take it out on other people. So until a person actually deals with that emotion that's ever going on within themselves, they're going to perpetuate. They're going to reveal themselves to others. They're wounded. It's kind of like a lion with a thorn in their hands. Eventually that thorn will be removed, but if the lion does enough damage, it has to be removed, regardless if it apologizes. You've done too much damage now. We can't recirculate you. So, you know, so you're gonna be attracted. This is where attraction likes each other. So there's a lot of police officers. They've been trained, whether at home or in the academy, to hate other people. Not all. It just takes a few bad seeds, and next thing you know, you got a whole tree grown because of them, and vice versa. There's people that do criminal activities. They don't hate the system. They're called wise guys. They understand how to work with the system. It's usually the ones that are hacks. You know, they're the ones that don't agree with the system. I said, okay, but that means you're telling me you don't understand how it works. You know,
now I know how it works now. In the beginning, I didn't. But the more I figure out how it works, the more I realize it's all a money grab.
It is, and for some people, it's beyond that. It's a power grab. They're not even concerned about the money. You know, there's people that are rich that have no power. There's people that have no money and they have lots of power. Again, it all depends on how you perceive power. You know, money is money. I get it, but then again, a person says, "I got 1 million rubles." Yeah, that means fuck all in this country. Again, that's one of those things, Charles, where I hear people.
Rubles. That's like $1 million in food stamps here.
It could be. It could be. But again, I hear people say they question things. Okay, well then challenge those things. Questioning others is not questioning things.
I just want to see these people. It's a hypocritical system. You know, you're supposed to go to prison for murder, but yet these people buy their way out of everything. That ain't. But I guess that's part of a capitalistic society. You know, you could buy your way out of everything if you got the money.
Well, that's why they use the term above the law. These people aren't affected. Everything else, they put people in there.
Oh, they're affected. If you could get them by themselves, track them down, they bleed just like we do.
They probably do. But those kind of games, Charles, it would be, you would almost have to hope you have no family members. You know, it's easy to. Yeah, well then you're in that. Okay, so you're in that position then. It's kind of like when people talk about anarchy without rulers. I said, okay, but how are women and children supposed to live in that system? So to keep people in line is, okay, so you're a family person. Well, yeah, well, we already know what your kryptonite is at that point. You really love your mother and your parents, right? Well, yeah. So at that point, they wouldn't punish you. They understand emotions. They would punish the people around you.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't give a shit,
told me to let it go before she died. She's like, Chuck, just let it go. I said,
go through
I'll try.
it. Yeah, but
I
you
didn't
can't.
say I would. I said I'll try.
No, I would probably put a caveat to that. If you know you can't let it go through it then. Because letting go of something without understanding it is a fruitless effort. So at that point, you're already knee deep into it. You might as well start swimming in it then. Deal with that emotion, whatever that may be. You might come to peace with that, meaning that, yeah, I killed a couple of cats. Okay, wow, that was a big accomplishment. So what does that mean for you? You know, I use that as an example. It could be anything. I really destroyed this mouse on my laptop. Oh, okay. You know, people have to deal with their emotions to find out where their emotions at. Mentally, yeah, most people can, you know, get by. They can give you a mental statement. They give me some sort of scientific or religious view. I'm like, okay, but you're not really talking about what drives both of those industries. It's the emotions. Trying to win an argument tells me the person has the emotional distraught. Because we're at that point, that person's only peddling their views. You don't see it through my eyes, my beholder. So then who are you arguing with at that point? That's why it's called projection, called mirroring. I know that about myself. That's why I play the fool. I talk out loud. I get myself to no end. For other people, they might turn around and say, well, Dom, I don't agree with that. I said, excuse me? Do you see it through my views? No. So then what are you agreeing with or disagreeing with? Oh, I see now, because you've been indoctrinated with typing words and speaking language. I already did say I'm the fool by speaking out loud. I break my sounds to play this game because I've chosen to share awareness. What people do with that information, you would hope they're accountable for themselves. But the fact that we have different governments and people vote for them tells me that they're not governing themselves at that point.
Well, I just want to say to not know, that's what my revenge is. True justice. Eye for an eye. If I kill someone, I expect them to come kill me. But I've never, well...
You wouldn't want that, Charles.
As far as I know, I've never killed no one.
You wouldn't want that, Charles. You know, I say that with a surety because there's a reason why samurais say, listen, we'll fight with each other, but I get the final blow. Because they understand what action really does. You know, when you hear that person that's probably kind, thinking they're defending their country, and the first time they take another life, they're fucked. They just don't know it yet. Now, the guy that's a psychopath, that's already in it, I said, yeah, you're doing it willingly. You get pleasure from that. So you're serving something unaware. You wouldn't want to harm another human being, regardless if they say, listen, I'm fighting for this flag. What? I'm fighting for a flag? Excuse me? You know, I already cheer for
fighting for our freedom.
Our freedom? Okay, as long as I'm in this meat suit, there's no freedom here. Okay, Charles, I fasted for 30 fucking days. I wasn't free from thinking about food. I was absent for a while. And I learned a lot of things. Fuck, I gave up any body odor after 21 days. Fuck, everything's way too fast when you're driving in a car. Fucking 30 days. I wasn't free. I try to go 3 or 4 days. Well, actually, I try to go 4 days, but it always end up being 3 days without drinking liquids. Fuck, that failed me miserably. So how the fuck can anybody say that they're free? In words only. That's why most of us speak in vain. God. Okay, where's God? I don't know. Same with the word free. Fucking free will. Fuck it. There's many variations to the will. And free's not one of them.
Exactly.
Fuck. I'm sorry, guys, but when I hear that shit, I'm in my little head, I'm like, change the word, Dom, because then you know how you are. You'll fucking get crusty. Because I'll challenge the word. And if that person thinks that they own the word, I said, that's the problem. Get the fuck out of the way. I'm going to kick that soccer ball, but you're in the way.
So hit him in the face with that shit.
No,
Wake
I'm
up.
not going to do that, Charles. I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to kick the ball fucking into the creek so the fish can have it. But I get it. For a lot of people, they've never done that investigation. Oh, I did a little spiritual work. Really? A little bit? You dabbed into it? You are spirit, having a material experience. Well, Dom, I don't believe in that. I'm not talking to you about Jesus. Jesus would have to be a belief system. I'm talking about, are you the material? Then who runs it right now as we're talking right now? I think it's me. Really? So who runs it when you go to sleep? I don't know that. There's the fucking dunskull right there. And I don't give a flying. And I don't give a flying. There you go. They don't realize what indoctrination. They'll say the word. And I'm the kind of person, I don't give a shit what fucking color your skin is or your gender. That's for the fucking sleepy folks. Now, they can argue all they want. I said, tell me when you're done, because I haven't even fucking started with you. Your parents failed you. They should have swallowed at best. This is me just scratching a little bit, Dean. Fucking private conversations, Dean. It's not going to be fucking polite.
Hey, I agree. I fucking agree with you. Fucking hell. Why
But
be
they want
polite?
to.
There's no reason for being polite except pleasing somebody else.
You know, I'll give kudos to somebody that's in a club and they're getting paid to fucking surf the internet. All the power to them. It's still entertainment for me. But it's the ones that think that for some reason they're trolling. I'm like, really? You're getting amusement here. So what do? You wait at the end of the school and look, scouting some woman or some children? You know, to me, that's creepy. Trollers are creepy. They think it's entertainment. I said, at least movie stars get paid. Athletes get paid. You doing this shit for fucking free. Is there such thing as free? Probably not. You're doing it because you get a kick out of it. Okay, that's fine. But how are you actually helping other people here? If there's anything to be helped. To me, that's like saying the word save. How is it serving? Because they are serving YouTube at that point, because, hey, that's what YouTube does. They have many policies. There's certain words you can't say. People that use the word N are fucking idiots to no end.
Yo, nigga.
Yeah, there you go. But I'm talking about the word nice. But, hey, you say that word if you want.
Oh.
If they really understood what
I
that
didn't
means.
even know it's unmuted. I'm going to never hear the end of this. I said
Yeah,
the N-word. Oh, no.
Because really, what is that?
Sound no alarm.
You know, again, but then this way it gets confusing. We say words to each other and then say, but you can't say it, but you guys can. Really? How about nobody says the word anymore? I get it when people say like mate. I say mate. Oh, what am I? Your mate now? We're mating? I said, yes, I get it. It's a British connotating of saying friend. If you don't want me to call you a friend, no problem. I'll delete that from my program. But most people say like, yo, man, what's up? What the fuck are you talking about? What's up? What am I talking to a fucking child? Do you hang your pants fucking low? These are children that are speaking.
They like to hang their pants low for a reason.
Everybody do. I get it. You know, but yet they want to have conversations. Well,
They
first
need
of all,
quick access to the poop chute.
Like, I get it. We're already at a disadvantage here. A lot of people come online with these alias names and say shit like, well, I don't want nobody to know my business. Okay, but you'll give that information to YouTube, and yet you want to have personal conversation, but yet you hide behind a fucking alias name. Do you see how oxymoronic that is? No, I get it. When people start telling me who their name is, at least Dean tells me who his name is. I appreciate that, by the way, Dean. I don't need to know your surname. But I appreciate at least. So then if we have a personal conversation, at least I can say, Dean, you put some weight into this. But if you came in as Space Cadet fucking 15, I'm like, who the fuck are you?
I got my name, my real name. People know my birthday. I don't care.
You do care. That's why you share that, Charles. Because
I was about to say that I do care a little bit, but for the most part, I got nothing to hide. So
that's right. You don't. And I appreciate that, Charles. Because if we're having a conversation, I said, listen, Charles, you're in Toronto, no problem. You're going to have dinner at my mom's house. And I'm not going to tell my mom. I said, yeah, this is Climax 4 from fucking YouTube. No, his name is Charles Waz from YouTube. You know, these people that come on with these fucking alias names, you're full of shit. I'm not even going to give you the dignity of who you are. Until you start putting your real fucking name online, because I would gladly have a conversation with your parents and say, listen, I know your mom and dad. Why? I was looking up. If I can't open up a fucking another window and find out who the fuck you are, you're insignificant in this equation. Now, if you want to entertain me, I said, no problem. That's why I bring popcorn. I'm not going to pay for the fucking movie, but I snuck in the back. I'm a back sneaker, I guess. You know? No, but I get it. There's a lot of YouTube channels. A lot of people offer a lot of things. You know, it's always funny when I hear somebody say, well, there's nothing being done. I said, you want a how-to channel? There's people that actually pull out engines.
Well, you get invited up. You get invited up. That's the thing.
I do.
I mean, this man here, Charles Waz, it puts that link out there so people can come up and talk.
And I appreciate that. I've enjoyed our conversation, Deanie, even though sometimes we both went sideways. But I knew in my heart of heart that Dean had good intentions. Where other people, no, I already know their intention. I just wish they were honest about it. If you have ill intent, be honest about it. I'll respect that. I can't respect somebody pretending to be something they're not.
I'm pleased we went sideways, actually, Don, because that bloody got shit out of my head that fucking didn't deserve to be there, right?
I'm glad I was a muse at that. I was your muse for a while.
I didn't mean it to amuse you.
No, I'm talking about being amused. Like, it did hurt. I won't deny it. It did hurt. When it was you, you doing it to me, it hurt. If it was somebody else, a troll, I would say whatever, fuck off. If it was Charles, I'd be hurt.
I know.
Who's gonna donate some money to my channel so I could get some weed? I'm joking.
You're not joking, Charles. Come on. It would be a nice thought.
Piece to yam.
I wish I could give you a fucking plant. You could just go and stick it in the ground and watch it and care for it and then harvest it and fucking.
I would love that.
It.
I tried to grow a plant, Dean. I did pretty good. It grew about I would say from my foot to my knee, and it started to have a lot of crystals. It was purple, but it didn't really flourish past that. I even changed it to a bigger pot because I thought maybe the roots need to flourish more. But
it's a type of potting mix they fucking sell, man.
Yeah, the tree didn't get no more than that, but
yeah. I mean,
marijuana is such a good plant.
For a tree to get really big, it needs space, right? And you can grow. It doesn't matter what size pot. It's the pot or the ground, the area of the root that's going to dictate the size of the plant, right? Fucking people now are growing in mediums like it's like coconut fiber. And the thing is, because it's got that fiber, it's got that many bloody holes in it. The roots have got more room to spread out. In ground situations, if it's hard packed, there's a lot of lumpy rocks in it. Well, that's even less room for the bloody roots to grow. A plant is one thing. The top of the plant will not get big unless the bottom of the plant's got room to grow. Yeah. I'm talking about trees here, right? You want a tree? You got to fucking give it the area to grow. You can't get a bloody tree if you got to put it into a bloody sardine can. The fucking thing will never grow. People expect bloody monsters out of a bloody pot. They're not going to get it.
True, Dean. But again, that's where people visualize things and they figure, well, it should look like this other tree. I say, yeah, but you're missing those other things: the pot, the soil. Where do you put it?
Exactly.
At a house and say, oh yeah, it's easy building a house. I said, there's lots of parts to it. And its location. That's why they write things on Feng Shui or whatever. I think it's called Feng Shui, where they talk about how your house is located. It would be no different with your plants. I remember when I was in Italy, it was an ongoing joke with my dad and some of his friends and his brother. His olives were always like rich. They were on a hill, and there's a sun that hits it. But underneath the hill, where the sun barely gets to, was his grapes. And meanwhile, my cousin's husband, his dad, they always raved about his grapes because it was on a hilltop and the sun would hit it most of the day.
There you go. There you go. You spoke a lot of words right there, bro.
And I only share that, Dean, because I've heard other people, and I know enough to parrot it to a certain point. I remember when my uncle, he's no longer with us, he used to always talk with my dad and talk about, Enzo, it's you got to make sure you plant those potatoes on the second Tuesday after either full moon or no moon. And I'm like, interesting. And then I talked to my wife, Judith, about it, and she breaks it down for me. I'm like, okay, Judy, I didn't realize you're Google. You know, even you, Dean, when I hear you talk about trees, you know, I think that's an honorable thing to do. You know, like the Appleseed, Johnny Appleseed, planting all those trees. You know, Gaia needs it. We need it.
He does, yeah.
The people that buy a house or a long-term investment, you could tell who they are. Our forefathers built this tree. It was 30 years ago. We're reaping from it. That's because we've been living here for the last 30 or 40 years. Where a lot of people think an investment is, I buy a house and I can flip it and make a lot of money. I said, that's one type of investment, but the investment is the community. Do you have apple trees growing down your street, or is it these nice little, you know, fern trees, which is nice too. It serves its purpose too.
Well, our apple tree, just on that note, we've only been here, actually, next month is 3 years, right? And our apple tree has got 12 flowers on it this year.
So is that a sign that it's going to eventually start producing in the next couple of years, Dean? Is that what it's indicating?
I've got a pretty good hope about that, yeah. And if there's not enough bees around, I'll make sure I'll pollinate each flower myself, right? I can do that with a bloody cotton bud, you know. Anybody can pollinate their flowers with cotton buds. Right?
I remember, Dean, when my parents or my dad would come back from Europe, and he would have, like, in his luggage, Dad, is that what I think it is? He go, yeah, Dom, I'm going to try to graft a fig tree for Mom. And he put years, had it in a heated shed and everything, and it, for whatever reason, it just didn't ever bring figs. And then, of course, my wife told me
grafting is awesome. Grafting, like I've seen people cut a plant or a tree and graft it to a completely different tree, and it works. Yeah. It'll grow right in.
It will. It's
yeah, the environment. I've got a plum going into an apricot, so I know that works.
So again, we're humans manipulating the environment, which is good. You know, I've seen those people when they graft, and it has like different fruits growing off of these same trees. You know, and then you do the environment play a major role, and I guess also, if you have that green thumb and you know how to talk to your plants, you know, I always find when I find my buddies, you know, their wives are, yeah, Dom, I'm talking to my plants. I said, what are you guys talking about? You know, is it gossip? But I get the energy you get from it. You know, it's like talking to water. And we can, whether people know it or not, there's people that can communicate with other liquids like blood or gold.
Yeah, I'm absolutely positive of that. Yeah.
Just because maybe some of us or a lot of us can't do it. It's like me and you, Dean. I'm going to, you know, reach a little bit here, but I'm pretty sure it's probably a good reach. You probably can't run, even in your best time, under 100 meters under 10 seconds.
Hell no.
Okay. So that means other people can. So they have certain gifts. No matter how hard I train, there's no way I'm going to be able to do it. So that tells me we have certain preset gifts, curse, whatever you want to call it.
My older brother, he could outrun me, doesn't matter what I did, how fit I got, whatever. He could sit around and do nothing. And I could challenge you to a race and fucking beat me, no worry.
And then some people can manipulate the situation and maybe be competitive. And no different people that box. There's some people that are natural boxers. There's other ones that have been trained. I remember my buddies.
Well, he taught me that you don't have to worry about it. If you got it, you got it, mate. That's it.
Yeah. Now, if that person is using some sort of manipulated thing to better themselves, the person that's naturally set could say, I could do the same thing. So again, it's kind of like when some people, they just know their environment. Some people, they can go to a plant and say, listen, that plant's going to die. How do you know that? I just know. You know, and then there's other people say, yeah, but it can be revived. Put in the right environment, there's something still alive. You know, this is where people talk about, you know, maybe what they call intuitive, maybe that gut feeling. And then there's other people, they have to literally use their upper brain and say, okay, scientifically, we can validate that. I said, okay, so empirical evidence on the earth. But when science starts talking about things beyond the earth, that's speculation. That's not scientific anymore. It's a speculation. There's no way a science can say to me.
I know I'm not alone. I'm one of many that plant trees. Right?
Yes, you do, Dean. Yep. Very so. Yep. That's why I can appreciate that. Not because I do it, but I've seen other people do it, and I've even had conversations with those people. And when I hear them talking to a true farmer, he knows the work that has to be done, or she, and then there's the hobby farmers. That's fine too.
For sure.
Again, when I was talking about dealing with speculations, when people that call themselves scientists use telescopes and they're looking at what they call Venus, at that point you're speculating what the surface is, unless you have somebody up there, like a human, that goes there to validate it. Unless we're getting that information from somewhere else, I'm willing to entertain that. But when science or somebody says, well, science says the Earth is made out of, the Venus is made out of this, I said, so which one went up there? Using binoculars is called observation.
Yep.
But you can't call that empirical evidence. That's speculation. No different. Heaven and hell is speculation. But people figure it's factual. I said, just because you read it in a book doesn't make it true.
Well, there's one thing for sure. I mean, if I see something on a mountaintop and I want to look at it, well, the best thing I do is fucking start packing my bag, because I'm going to need to go up there, right? I went on a bloody actually. Next time I go on my walk up to the bush, there's this beautiful place up by a river. I'll take my phone with me, and most of the time I just turn the bugger off and throw it in the drawer. But sometimes I purposely take the thing. I went down to the bloody river the other day when it was in flood, and so far I haven't been able to upload that one because it's got a lot of stuff that speaks against the local establishment, right? So I haven't been able to upload the bloody thing, but basically I went down the river. It was in flood, and I was standing there. Next thing, the bank fell away. I was probably about a foot away from going with it, and I jumped back, and I thought, shit, that bastard nearly got me. And then I went and stood at another spot, and that started falling away. I was thinking, hello, there's something about me standing here. I think the weight of me even is turning it into a volatile situation, right? So I had to get back and find a place where it was more flatter going down to the water, because everywhere else was dangerous. But that's the only time I usually go out with the phone is to do something on purpose. But what I'm talking about is actually going to this beautiful spot that I go. It's a river, and it's just all native bush. And the other day I was up there, I didn't have my phone, but a nanny goat came out with her little kid and started grazing on the other side of the river, and she didn't know I was there. I was just sitting there watching, and she got almost opposite me, and I stood up, and of course, a bit of fright. The kid just took off, but the mother, it ran a bit, but it stopped and looked at me, and then it just walked off up the bloody river a bit. The baby came back to it, and I just walked right along the river on the other side, just right beside it, staying the whole way, and it was happy enough doing that, because it just knew that there was a big river between us, I guess, and it was cool. But next time I go, I'll take my phone with me and talk nicely and not do anything rash, and then maybe we'll be able to show it to everyone. I did upload one on onto YouTube on my channel. It's about the Mangahao River when I go fossiling, and fossicking and fossiling, the same thing to me. But I enjoyed myself. It was great. It was peaceful. There was no wind, and a little bit of wind, but not much. And but I didn't find a lot when I walked around with my phone because I kept on saying the thing is with when you're walking with and you're doing it to show people is you walk a bit quicker. You know, you don't want to make the bloody video last for 3 hours because you're there standing in one spot and you're combing every bloody inch of that place trying to find a fossil. And I mean, I do. I can stand in one place for 5 or 10 minutes before I actually see the bloody, the fossil itself. It's that, and I often find that because I'm now tuned into it, I can be standing in one spot and I'll know that I'm going to find one. It's just that thing now because I've mentally aligned myself with finding them. I see them so easily too. I can be standing with somebody else and looking at a fossil and they're combing the ground and their eyes are right there and you're thinking, you can't see it because you're not tuned into it, right? And that's just the same as anything, really. You got to tune yourself into it if you want to accomplish it. And yeah, so I have a lot of fun doing these things because not at the same time that I'm seeing it and then zooming the camera down to have a look at it. It basically, I think it helps other people to tune in, right? That anybody can do it, but you just basically, it's like learning about money. You don't learn about the counterfeit, you learn about the real money, and you keep looking through the real money so that you actually become so familiar with it. As soon as the counterfeit it turns up, it's there. You can see it straight away, right? And that's basically how I perform things. As I become familiar, and then I know I started out real angry today. I'm sorry about everyone. I apologise for my behaviour. Anger buddy gets me
It's
now
all
and
good,
again.
Dean. That's why I'm here. This
But,
is why I made the channel.
Yeah, well, it's people like me and Dom can have a chat now, and he's one of the calming people I've ever met. Thank you, Dom. I want to tell you that. People might find you, as I found you when I first met you, obtrusive and intrusive into your own thoughts, because when you're faced with what you bloody, and it is fear. When you're faced with your fear, most people don't want to acknowledge it. I'll tell you, most of my life I've fucking run from heaps of shit, so I know what it's all about. The more you fucking run, the less you escape. You've got to fucking tune in to what it is, whatever it is, and take it on board and see it for what it is, as you are participating with it.
Hold on, Dean. You have a great day too, Candy. Have a good evening at work.
Yeah. Take care, Candy. Always big hugs to you from us over here. Yeah.
Yeah, Candy's.
I know she does her time and she works hard and she's got to keep going and she's doing it. And that's bloody awesome.
And she does her YouTube channel too.
Yeah, for sure. She puts a lot of time in. I understand that. I don't spend a lot of time on my bloody YouTube. I spend so much time watching other people's stuff. I do upload a little bit here and there. If I see a good video, I'll give it a bloody share on my channel. Sometimes I bloody can't be bothered with it. I get to the bloody point where sometimes I think too much is too much, right? But yeah, I was reading an article last night about, well, actually what I was doing, I felt a little bit itchy and I thought, shit, I better go and have a shower. I'm going to do that shortly in the morning because it's morning time. But I was sort of feeling like, I wasn't that bloody dirty. What's the bloody point? What's going on? And I realised that it's got to be the connection between me and the bloody phone, because I spent the whole bloody day, not yesterday, but the day before and the night, fucking on the phone, man. Whew. And too much build up and of the blue. And so anyway, I thought, well, bugger it. I'll go and Google, see what the story is, if there's a connection between the radiation coming out of the phone and your skin. And then, it's the first port of call, isn't it, really? Your skin. The outside covering is the first port of call that anything's going to hit. And yes, I found this article about how the blue in these devices is what brings the need to do something about what's coming into your skin, what's coming into your field. And I was talking to a guy about it, what's coming into our field, and it's really is what you're open to, what you're allowing yourself to be brought into your field. And so, we're up here talking, so we're allowing this device the connection to be able to do that. And so, like people are talking about frequencies that harm, but we also have frequencies that heal, or frequencies that do the opposite. They don't harm you; they benefit you. Healing is I don't know if anyone really ever heals, but you can only benefit yourself, I think, by getting a singing bowl or getting a tuning fork and all these sorts of things. They're going to benefit you, of course. Of course, that's the purpose of them. But we talk about, you had these pictures when I first came on, Chuck, about bells, right? Heaps of bells. There were bloody big stacks and stacks of these bells. And, they knew damn well that if they were going to keep people needing some kind of benefit, you got to get rid of the benefits, right? They got to get rid of the benefits. That's why they're getting rid of them, because of the bloody constant need of them. And so, I haven't managed to get away from bloody electricity. I've managed to bloody join myself even more to it. And even going online, I think now is I'm kind of addicted to it, because Even though I've had the phone chucked in the bloody drawer most of the day, I come home, the first thing I do is turn the bloody thing on, check me messages. Holy shit, you know, I'm already addicted to the bastard.
Or are you a social butterfly? Maybe you like the interactions.
Well, I obviously do. Tom, yes.
But some people need it. Dean, some people need socialization. If not, then, you know, it's always nice when you hear in those moments where a person says, okay, I want to be, aloof, or I want to be a hermit. But not everybody's designed to do that all the time. You know, there is that human interaction we want.
I've learnt that over my life as well, because I've buggered off out into the scrub, found a bloody place where there's nobody, and stayed there for months on end, just to sedate that feeling, you know. And then when it's finished, I go back out into bloody, civilization again.
We need that break. You know, some people do it where they might not have human contact, but they'll be around animals, around nature, you know. And then it's a way of detoxing by going, like you said, go in the woods and just be by yourself, be with thoughts, because you're never really alone. But I get it. A lot of people feel lonely when they're around other people, but they're not really alone. But they usually miss those things of themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, like you were talking earlier about, you know, in this case, the bells. For a lot of people, they're oblivious to what bells can and cannot do for them. The ones that are aware of it, they can harness it. This goes back to your intent's important. If a person says, okay, Dom, I'm going to do singing bowls or tuning forks, but I really don't think those are going to work, then why do it? You have to put an intent out there. And then you might find out, okay, I tried, I'm just not gifted with that ability that it'll work for me. You know, there's that, I know you were trying to tippy-toe around that. There's the harm part, but there's the maintaining part. How do we maintain the health of this vessel? I know I kind of mistreated a lot, hence the dopamine with, because I like to play with my mental capacity. Where the physical body, I understand health. It doesn't mean I practice it, but I still understand it, and I can still share that with other people. And say, okay, I don't smoke, but it doesn't mean I'm healthy. It just means I don't smoke. And then there's other people say, Dom, I smoke, but I understand health, but I just don't practice it. You know. So when people understand that for themselves, then they'll realize, okay, so if I'm playing with singing bowls and I'm trying to heal myself, but I'm oblivious to the fact that I drive every day in a car with noise pollution, and then I turn on the radio with the different types of pollution, even though somebody says that, but I like the music I'm listening to, I say, but that could be noise pollution for you at that moment. You know, some people want to be alone. They want to be in silence. You know, the old practice of eating in silence. You know, because what we do is when we eat, well, I can't say all of us, but I know for myself, I'll talk while I'm eating. Well, now I'm trapping air.
It's my new screensaver right here. Bing bong. I see you.
Hey, Charles, that looks like that's the sun and the moon in the eyes.
It does. Hold on.
Look at it. Sun and the moon.
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Forget about all the little lines that could indicate degrees. Again, it depends on when a person's communicating inside, something inside is picking that up way quicker. It's kind of like talking to what people call AI. That's the soft drive that you're talking to, the soft program. There's a hard program that's running, that's taking in all kinds of information. That's the same with us. There could be a part of us, you know, you think about those examples where somebody says, I got mugged, but something inside of me remembers exactly how that person looks like. Oh, interesting. You know, it's like you, Charles. I'm just overemphasizing on this, where you say you have a revenge. Is that a conscious thing or a subconscious thing? Something to ponder. You know, it's like the healing. When my wife used to teach a lot of things on these modalities of healing, what came to me was Are people trying to heal what they're aware consciously or what they picked up subconsciously? You know, you could be in an environment where your parents are.
Hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, you too, Jay Height, and have a great day, man. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, have a great day.
We're all tune-ups here. We're tuning people up as they go out there and have fun. So, but again, the subconscious. A child can pick up a lot of things through observation. The subconscious could be picking up all that. And then a person says, yeah, but I want to heal it. I said, that has to be done subconsciously, not consciously.
Tammy says she heals to Jesus, but I get most killed. But what? I get most killed, but
probably
I'm still not dead yet.
Yeah, if Tammy values Jesus, all the power to her. You know, I think she meant to, she probably teamed up for L. It could be killed, but I would say kill.
Yeah, I respect people who look to Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha. The only thing I don't, it just gets on my nerves when people try to down you, or anyway, there's a lot of hypocrisy in religion. What was that, Dean?
I said singing bowls do the same to me as far as needing something that'll help you. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to try singing bowls.
I mean,
just for when I meditate, I want to meditate using them to help clear my mind and focus on the sound.
I use nature as my crutch.
There you go. No, that's Dean. I was just about to say water, running water. Charles, what ends up happening is you're trying to push aside the brain so you can hear the mind. The mind's always trying to communicate, but unfortunately, a lot of times the brain misinterprets what it thinks or feels it wants, what it lacks. You know, it's always interesting when I hear people say, "I want to kill the ego." If you kill the ego, you're no longer in the vessel. Or I want to shut down.
Well, no, I don't want to kill my ego. I just want to relax my thoughts.
Yeah, and you're probably trying to do that with weed, for example.
Yeah, but one thing I've noticed through my years of smoking, the sucky part is, you know, the more you smoke, the more you're gonna need, and it becomes more and more and more and more. Yep. That's why I don't smoke every day.
Well,
and I only smoke little bowls too. Mm-hmm. But anyway, go ahead.
Don't apologize. Weed does serve its purpose, but it's kind of like spraying certain pesticides on things. Eventually, the next generation will become immune to it. Weed has its purpose, and if a person understands planetary alignment, I just need it for now because it'll help me. You know, like I have buddies that are really good at playing pool, but they got to smoke weed because they don't want to overanalyze it. They just don't want to overanalyze the shots analytically. But for people that are trying to control their thinking process, weed will be a detriment for them in the end. Opposed to, you could do that in so many other ways. You could do chemical release if you wanted to, through sex, you know, but it doesn't mean you have to escape with it. Eventually, weed for a lot of people, like liquor, it becomes an escapism. It's no longer. Go ahead.
That was my.
There's nothing like changing your bloody your chemical within to change the outside feeling, right?
Oh,
how much are singing bowls? I gotta look it up right now.
Depends what you want. You can get a 10-inch singing bowl, a crystal one, probably on AliExpress, probably for about $70. In America, it will probably be maybe about $50. It's about 8 inches. And then you could buy those brass ones. Probably a set of 7.
I thought they were copper.
You know, you can get the copper ones. The set of 7, you probably get them for about $200. They'll probably have different sizes because they'll probably fit inside of each other. But you know something, Charles? You could literally just use YouTube. YouTube have a whole bunch of people, they play singing bowls. You don't actually have to own one, and you can actually go to sleep listening to these things. Your body will shift. It will shift Because subconsciously, this is why I've shared with my buddies, put on headphones. You might be fucking around with your REM sleep, but you need your conscious state to be corrected or at least healed. So at that point, when you go to sleep and you're listening to singing bowls, different frequencies, and if you do it, do diligent, do like a pattern, you will see the change if that's what you're after. If you're looking for a quick fix, and that's what it is. It's just a quick fix.
These fucking people are so loud.
Earplugs. Charles, earplugs. It works, bud. Earplugs. At least it'll dampen it. Like for me,
you know what?
Go ahead, Dean.
I had a bit of earache. Excuse me a moment. I had a bit of earache, and I was thinking, just put something in my ear, and I actually opened Telegram, and I'm on a bloody, I'm on Cultivate Elevate, right? And he's got things for benefits and stuff. And lo and behold, just happened to have a thing about ears and how it might not have been Cultivate, it might have been Barbara O'Neill, but it was about earache and things that you can use. And I've been using castor oil for a while, right? Because our ears, even though you think that you're just dry inside, there's actually the moisture in the ear that helps the frequency come through. And so if your wax is all dried up, you're not going to hear much, right? But yeah, so anyway, that's why I was using the castor oil. But there's lots of good things about castor oil if you want to have a look at them. I'm not going to recommend anything because I do it for my own personal use. But anyway,
I'm going
to jump off here, guys, at 4 hours.
Sure.
I didn't even realize it was this late. That's how. Well, not late, but I didn't realize we've been going this long.
That's what happens when I get up here, I think. Because I'm bloody coming into my daylight, right?
What ear is it, Dean? What ear is it mostly that you feel as though it's earache, Dean? Left or right?
It's my right ear. My father had a habit of cupping my ear when I was a boy. And he would cup his hand when he did it, right? And it fucked around with me, right? But anyway, it's fucking, you just got to live with that shit. But so I've been using this castor oil, and then this thing came on about how you can get a clove of garlic about the size of an earbud, right? And you peel it, take the skin off it, but keep it whole, and then push it into your ear like an earbud. And you'd be surprised how well that works. So if you got problems with fucking too much noise, maybe you could just stick a couple of pieces of clove in each ear, right? And that might help too, Chuck.
Well, onions have known to pull different things from the environment. Think about when people smell things. You put an onion, half a cut onion in a corner. Again, there's so much energy around us and in us that we forget. Yes. It's kind of like when people talk about elements. You start changing H2O and put another element. Same with us. You change your environment, you're going to change the elements around it. So whether you're talking about castor oil, I know people put that in their belly buttons and all that kind of stuff. You can use all kinds of different kinds of oils. Garlic, raw garlic.
Yeah.
And it serves. Again, it serves. It's there to serve, whether or not we're aware of it. This is where the concept of science comes. You keep practicing it, you'll see patterns to it, and then you might find out, okay, but somebody else practices it and it doesn't work for them. I said, because they're a different makeup. You know, it's our environment too. Like I get when we say,
you've got to test these things for yourself, of course.
you would think so. You be your own physician at that point. Physician heal thyself, if kind of term, right? So if a person doesn't realize the element or the energy that they're giving off, they're not going to realize when somebody comes into the room or some other environments around you, like say Wi-Fi or electricity. People have to realize elements have to meet each other. So in this case, where people say, I'm going to line my whole house, so I'm going to protect myself from electricity, I say, but what about internally? What's energy that's traveling within you? And then at that point, science might not be able to give you that answer. That's an internal thing. You wake up in the middle of the night, something's giving me a metaphor. I should be using, in this case, you're talking about castor oil. You try it. You know, I get that, you know, I'm starting to hear that, Dean, that your father practiced that, the cuffing or whatever. But the fact that it's your right ear, so there might be a correction on your left side. You know, again, this is where the hemispheres play around, right? That's why I don't like to use the word right and wrong. Right and wrong should be like right and left hemisphere. You know, you should use your hemispheres to comprehend things, you know, or at least go intuitively, go with your gut brain or your heart brain, whatever word you want to use to describe it.
Well, I mean, I do put the castor oil in both ears sometimes because, you know, I realised that he wouldn't have did speak just one ear. I know he would have, but that's just because I remember my right ear being the one that was fucking damaged the most. I would say it wasn't just the right one at times either, you know. And
I was going to say, are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Right-handed, okay. Again, think about our hemispheres. Usually it's the opposite side. So
but I
somebody
can
has
do both hands. Like if I, you know, like you know how you can blink your eye, you can blink your right eye, left eye, right? I can do that. I can write with my left hand. I can use it. I can use it like my right hand, but it doesn't. My left hand is not as competent because I don't use it as much, right?
Well, it's like a lot of things. A lot of times, a lot of people use their mental capacity, but they might not use their emotional capacity, or it'll poke out his little head when they're in an argument with somebody. I said, okay, so there it is. There's that emotion that you've been trying to ever so cleverly disguise it with your mental capacity. You know, again, that's why I get it, Dean, when I hear people say, okay, you're overemphasizing your security, so there must be a false sense of security in there somewhere. You know, and that's not me doing that to be malicious. That's me saying, okay, if I have to figure this out, which I don't want to, because I want to have a meaningful conversation with this person. I want to know whether or not the person is honest with themselves. Why? Because honesty, you know, a person could turn around and say, but Dom, I don't want to tell you that I'm a crook. I said, but you would be honest with me. I don't care if you're a crook or not. I want to know if you're honest with yourself. Now, somebody might turn around and say, but Dom, but there's some things I don't want to talk about it publicly. I said, I get it. You don't have to reveal everything publicly. Privately, you might have those conversations. You know, there's a lot of folks that go online. They think for some reason they're going to share things that they never do privately, publicly. I said, no. Now you're going to be talking about your mask. That's why they get disrupted when I call it for what it is. I'm not calling them out. I'm calling the environment out. And they're probably thinking, well, wait a second. I feel uncomfortable around Dom. I said, no, you feel uncomfortable around yourself, not me.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's
like something crazy about being honest. And just real quick, I seen this video last night. This security guard worked at a prison. This chick that came to see the inmate got caught smuggling drugs. So a male can't search the female, and there was no female on that night. So he told the lady, I need you to go in that bathroom. No, first he asked her, where are the drugs? And she goes, in my chochito, like, you know, in her vagina. So he told her, I need you to go in the bathroom and take it out and wrap it up and bring it to me. And he goes, you know, don't make it hard on yourself. Just, you know, take it out. And so the guy was shocked that he thought she was going to flush it. She ended up bringing it to him. And I'm thinking, man, you know, honesty is not the best policy, man. She had a chance to fucking flush it,
Get rid of the
but
fucking. Yep.
she fucking popped it out and gave it to him. Man, that's wild. Is honesty the best policy? I always say, you're supposed to lie to the cops and tell the truth in the booth. Instead, you lie in the booth and tell the truth to the cops. No, I'm joking.
Well, I guess, Charles, where I was trying to say this is to see whether or not the person's true to themselves. Honesty, in a sense, is not about it's the best policy. Is if you're having a conversation with somebody, I'm trying to decipher whether or not am I talking to somebody with many masks or am I talking to who they are. So now when a person says to me, well, Dom, but I don't want to tell you the truth. I said, well, first of all, fuck truth. I'm talking about being true to yourself. Like a wheel. If you talk like a duck and you act like a duck, which most humans aren't, then you're a duck. So now when a person says to me, Dom, I don't want to be honest with you, I said, then you're insecure. What do you mean? Now, if you told me, Saddam, I don't want to share that information, that's different. That's a mask that people put on. Now, if the police turn around and say, listen, Dom, I need you to tell me something. Were you speeding? Yes, I was. You know what the reward is? Yeah, you'll give me a ticket. But if a person doesn't want a ticket, then they're going to lie to themselves and then they're going to drag others into it. I said, so you're trying to tell me you're dumb now? What do you mean? We make rules and there's speeding tickets for going beyond it. I don't agree with it. Well, then why the fuck are you driving a car then? You see, this is where the curb hits the pavement. At that point, that person that's not being honest is a child. Spoiled one at that. Because a person that's honest with themselves, they're going to stay true to themselves. Tomorrow, I'm going to kill you at 3:00. That's a promise. No. That's not a threat. I'm not saying I would do that, Charles. But for somebody else to turn around and say, out of anger, well, I don't like the way you're talking. I said, so now you're going to physically threaten me? You're a child. What do you mean? You can't decipher the difference when your body's being in harm or your mental capacity is being actually roughed up a little bit. Most people never challenge themselves. Most people have never ripped a hole in themselves. And then once you rip the hole in yourself, dare not glue yourself back together. And then do it again. Rinse and repeat. That's why when people go around and say, repetition. There you go, repetition. And that's a valid statement, Charles. So when a person says, I don't want to be honest with the cop, then don't be involved with the cop. Now, they could turn around and say, but I got caught. I said, there you go, you got caught. It's like when people say shit like, well, Dom, I got caught for speeding. I said, then you don't know what right and wrong is then. Sorry, guys.
Can't touch this.
Thanks very much for having us up. I know the time's getting on.
It is actually.
It's all right.
Thanks, Dean. I'm off too, Charles, because I know you're already 3 minutes past what you were saying, and I know you'll probably hang out with us longer, so I'm going to jump off myself.
Thanks.
Yeah, me too. And that way you can deal with it. I'm having a couple of snacks on a bit of.
Thanks for coming up, Dom. Well, I'm not jumping off yet.
No, yeah, I know you might not be, but I'll
probably jump off in like 15 minutes.
Now Dom's gone and jumped off, but I really enjoy my conversation with Dom.
What do you think about Saturn's cube? Dean. Do you think everybody worships Saturn's cube in religion?
I think that I think there's spells made around that for sure. So what I feel about Saturn's cube is that, like anything, when you put an intent of purpose on it, It's gonna have an action's gonna cause a reaction. So all these things that people are given power to, Saturn's cube included, all have the power. You know, the power's being initiated.
The cult of Saturn.
Phil was showing me a little clip of a video when the Hadron Collider got started up. They had a ceremony like they have for the Olympic Games.
Oh yeah. That's crazy.
So when you got stuff going on like that, you know damn well, of course, right? The power's
They're
been
into
put
mock
into it.
rituals. They love mock rituals.
Yep. But I think the mock rituals are spell casting, of course, because each time we use a word, we're spell casting. That's what I say when the very first came up. Every time, I mean, that's what the word is, so that we could spell cast.
Look at this picture I'm gonna show you, Dean. Oh shit. What's this? The advanced version? Bob Digital. Watch this. Hold on. Come on, let me out. You got me in prison over here. Alright. Saturn's cube in the ice tray. Alright. It's uploading. There's one version. Boop. I wonder who that is on the ground. But you got the cross, which is the unfolded box or Saturn's cube. But look at this one. I like this one. Damn, they should have put Saturn, the planet, up there.
How about this, Jack? What frequency does ice generate?
What frequency does what generate?
Ice.
Oh, ice? I don't know. It's a
ice.
good question.
You know, like
yeah, I always wondered where the snow comes from, man. Like
well, you know, like I know you and I are on the same page when I say there's a ring of ice right round us, right?
Yeah.
You got me? Right? And what's CERN? It's just a big circle, right?
Peace, the shed guy. Thanks for coming by.
So
Go ahead,
this is something that occurred to me when we're talking about, I mean, Phil and I, because we've been researching the old Hadron Collider and the connection to frequency and how it could possibly manipulate earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, all sorts of things, you know. All depends how far that seismic graph goes down into the ground, right?
That's true.
And so I think there's a frequency in the ice, and we're overlooking that at the moment. That's what I'm thinking about at the moment. Is that if we are, and I believe we are, encircled by ice, then what frequency is that ice governing to whatever's within that circle? There's a good question for everyone, eh?
Yeah, I have pictures of this ice wall, but I'm starting to think, you know, everyone turns to Admiral Byrd and all that, but, you know, isn't it odd that nobody has tried to fly over, you know, and maybe they have, and it was covered up, you know, maybe people that tried to sail their boat got killed. Maybe the military rolled up on them and they seen things they weren't supposed to and was executed. And then they say, oh, I had a shipwreck.
I actually think that Antarctica, the landmass, the continent.
Oh, hold on. I just want to say this thing before I forget. I just seen a video of Antarctica and the guy that is in the station. I just want to say 1 second. He said that Antarctica is they got military bases in Antarctica, which we know goes all the way around. He said there's only one active and the rest is empty. So that goes to show they're full of shit and they're not guarding the ice wall, that it's fucking empty. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. That's what I say. There are maps, old maps of Antarctica without ice on it. Yeah. You got the coastline. How the hell did they get the coastline if they got if there was ice on it? So if you've got a continent that's within the reach of the sun's heat, it's gonna have a place where the heat doesn't get to. That's gonna be ice. Where the sun gets to, it's not gonna be ice. If that continent we're talking about is outside of the sun's reach, very likely the bloody thing's solid with ice. The further north you go, like Greenland, Iceland, right? The Arctic Circle, it's ice. It's because the sun don't get there, right? Bloody obvious that wherever the sun's not getting to, that's where the bloody ice is. And if the sun's not getting, if the sun's got an elliptical figure eight motion, doesn't matter. It's still what do you call it? That would say that that the circle is only out where the elliptical gets to, isn't it? Right. So because it's constantly, because the sun is constantly shifting from being winter solstice, summer solstice, one place is getting summer, another place is getting winter.
Yeah, I wonder if Antarctic. I don't think it's always ice and snow. I think there are parts that are you know,
well,
summertime.
I think the sun was further up, higher up.
Yeah.
It's elliptical height. We're living in such, what do you call it, pressure now. The pressure has pushed everything closer to the Earth. The more pressure it gets to the point where it can't hold that pressure, it's going to bloody break out. That's what I believe the cycle is. Is what they call the phoenix, right? And the was it 3,900 years? And that's the window we've got. And
900 years. That's a long time.
But you know, it only takes only takes. Well, now they're harvesting pine trees at bloody 25, less than that, probably 18 years, 19 years. But a harvestable tree, at 19 years, that means in 100 years you can, it's going to be quite big. But they never leave them now. We don't get to see the big one because they're always cutting them off. They're always harvesting them. They're always building. They always need wood. They always need wood.
Yeah, they need a Louisville Slugger wood. Why do these Jews wear boxes on their forehead?
I should have written that down. I'll just go and get my pad. It's a little question that came into my head. I might as well write it down. Here's my pad.
The Game of Thrones. Ding, 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 ding. This is going to be fun. Saturn's Cube Collage. I pledge allegiance to the drag. Oh, whoa. What the fuck did I just say? Let's see. What's today? Saturday? Shanivar. Lord Shani. Black Saturn. Saturn Day. Sunday's the day of the sun. Ra. Lord. Monday's Moon Day. Oh, Sunday's red. Moon Day's white. Tuesday is Mars. Kali. Flower. In red. Wednesday is Mercury. Thursday is Jupiter. And Friday is Venus. Penis Day.
I'm your penis.
What's this? That's fucking childish. That's all right. We don't get any younger. I think having a child mind state, like we always joke around and stuff, is the best, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to always be serious and depressed. I get serious too. I'm depressed myself. Not so much depressed, just aggravated.
I mean, the first few things they had were bloody art, miming, and all that thing. It's all bloody. They know that without it, we'd be buggered. We'd be all buggered if we didn't have some kind of entertainment, mate.
You know, you ever see the picture of Saturn and how they show that stupid cube on Saturn? People really believe that shit's real. People, you know, no disrespect to anyone, and I'm not trying to down anyone, but I don't know. When I look at so-called planets through a microscope, I don't think that we're able to go to any of them. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson tried to explain that on Jupiter. He was explaining that peace on Jupiter is like a storm. And he's like, he just sounds dumb whenever he tries to explain something. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well,
let me show you what I mean.
He's getting paid. He's a shill, you know. Fuck, he's getting paid. He's a paid shill. Anybody that fucking gets up there and talks a bunch of rubbish they can barely get their head around, it's got to be a bloody shill.
They say this is Saturn's moon. How do people believe that's a real moon? And when you look at these moons through telescopes, they don't look like no fucking rock. They're vibrating. They give pictures like this and people are satisfied with it.
Yeah.
This is the closest they've ever gotten to it looking real would be Saturn and Jupiter, I think, are the only two that are close. The rest, like Mars and Venus and all that, they're not even close. But what do I know? I'm just a dumb fucking cracker from fucking Connecticut. 420. I wish I had some damn herb to smoke.
Yeah, I wish you did too.
What's today? Saturday? I get paid Friday. It's a long fucking way away. Bing, ding, 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 ding.
Saturday, so you got paid yesterday.
No, Friday. Next week.
No, yeah, but if it's Saturday today, you got paid yesterday, yeah?
No, I get paid this week. You got to wait 2 weeks when I first
2
started.
weeks. Okay, 2 weeks. I got you. Fuck, you're the same as me. I ain't get fucking paid
No.
every 2 weeks.
That's right. I did get. I'm still trying to catch up. Well,
Yeah,
I don't
I
got that much to catch up, but I'm trying to find a new place to go, man. This rent is insane.
Yeah.
I don't understand how. I was talking to my neighbor about this. I said, when we moved in here, you got to pay the first month's rent and the security deposit. So now some new people bought the building and then they charge that security deposit again and doubled the rent up, which to me sounds criminal.
It does. That's criminal.
So I guess our deposit with the last landlord is gone. We'll never see that again. It's ridiculous. As a matter of fact, we should take that guy to court and get our deposit back.
Hell yeah. Actually, if that's the case, that's something worth knowing. So anybody who's fucking paid a deposit and they know that there's new ownership coming in, they go and ask the old landlord for their deposit back before he sells the fucking place, right?
We didn't even know this guy was selling the place. He didn't tell none of us because he was probably afraid people would stop paying rent, and that's what people would have done. He never fixed nothing in this dump. Like, if I would have known he was selling the place, you're damn right I would have stopped paying my rent. Because there's so much that needs to be fixed. And that piece of shit wasn't fixing nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to look at just about every flat situation. Unless the guy is a genuine person, and we hope most of them are. But if they come to the point they're not fixing the bloody place, well, it's one thing they surely can't do is put the fucking rent up, right?
That's what I'm saying, but from what I hear, they can. So I don't know. I'm looking into it. Oops. What happened here? What time is it? 4:24. I'm going to jump off at 4:30. In about 6 minutes. Yeah. Eyes Wide Shut is the only one left.
Okay. Oh, good on him.
Yeah, I got to get me a mic myself, Eyes Wide Shut, for my music and for, the live streams. and I want to get cable or internet on my laptop, so then I could share my screen more, which will make my live stream so much better. I'll have high-speed internet, I could play videos, I could share stuff, it would be no problem, but it's kind of hard when I don't get donations, which whatever, people don't owe me nothing, but it would help. So then I could get things like internet and, you know, new things like microphones and, you know, upgrade lighting. Well, I don't need lighting because I don't need to sit in front of the camera like other people. That's another requirement, I think, is when you monetize your channel, you got to literally always be on camera. Like anything to control you and pull your strings. It's so bad people censor themselves. Like,
yeah.
It's terrible.
I'm ever going to get monetized. I don't even bloody care about money in that bloody way. The worst thing about money is not having enough to pay the fucking bills. That's the worst thing a lot that I can find with money. If I didn't have to have it, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But anyway, cheers for having us up and letting me waffle on.
It must be early over there still.
Yeah, it's 7. What are we looking
I
at?
wonder how far you are.
8 o'clock. It's just gone 8.
It's 3 o'clock here.
It's 30 minutes past 8. But we're in daylight saving time now. The bastards have put us into daylight saving time.
That's when the clocks go back an hour or forward?
Forward.
Yeah, that'll be happening soon.
Yeah, well, they put them forward now. We've been forward since September. Used to be, they used to put it in October. Now it's September. You know, they just want to speed time up. They want you running from one fucking job to the next.
I got to make some more collages like this. What was that, Dean?
That's why they have bloody food on the go. You know, they have food on the go so you can run from one job to another, grab a fucking speed on the way past it, stop and go. And that's what they want. And that's how it's working because people that going that bloody quick, they got that many bloody bills, they got that much expectation of what they want for themselves, and so they have to work another job too to get that. And some people are probably running 3 to even 4 jobs. You know, they haven't got time to sleep. Probably the only thing they get so they can actually stop. And even then, I bet you they ain't fucking their minds not stopped. That's enough, King.
Get him.
King is fighting with his father.
How's the pup doing? Growing up fast?
He's great. He's growing fast. He's funny. He gets upset though if you don't bloody give him attention. If you don't give him attention, by golly, he gets upset. He's a little bloody attention seeker. Yeah, that's what you are. Bloody attention seeker.
Black hole.
Anyway, Chuck, thanks very much, mate. I'll catch you later.
All right, Dean, have a good day.
If you go live tomorrow morning, it'll be the same. I'll fucking probably be awake.
Probably around 10.
I go to sleep about bloody midnight or 11 o'clock, and I wake about 3 or 4. Fucking sleep nowadays is not very long.
Yeah, it seems like time is sped up.
Yeah, like just, you know. Yeah, wouldn't you got a channel like you have? I would say sleep's probably the last thing you get anything of.
Man.
Sleep's probably one of the fucking last things you get.
Man, I work third shift. Then I do this in the morning sometimes. Then I sleep a few hours. Then I got to get up, feed the animal, well, my cat. I got to make sure my roommate's good.
How's
it's
your
just
cat?
never ending. Good.
That's good.
It's a never ending, man. I'm going to drive myself into the grave.
Well, my dad said that you'll never stop. If you stop, you'll bloody end up bloody dead anyway. So you just keep going until you're dead. That's all there is to it, really.
I need to get that YouTube money.
You take the sideways fucking glance and go out that way, you know?
So Amma said it's not worth getting monetized. They go by your views or something like that. Your watch hours, that's how they pay you.
Yeah.
It's like a joke, man. And YouTube keeps most of the money, especially if you get like what's that called? Those donations, Snapchat or whatever. YouTube keeps 30 or 40% of it, something like that. I heard that's crazy, man.
Well, it just goes to show how much money they're fucking pulling when you think about it, right?
Excuse me. Yeah, there's no money in YouTubing unless you got millions and millions of views.
You got to think about it. You know, like the biggest person making money is the bank, because straight away your wages go into the bank, and you know. If they're paying on a Thursday and the money goes in on a Wednesday night, they're going to make sure they're going to hold that money for long enough to get all that fucking interest off it before they fucking give it over to you. You know, like big corporations that put money into people's banks. There's a lot of money sitting in the bank waiting to go into that person's account. They're making money hand over fist just by having it in their corporation.
I just want to thank all the new subs that I've been getting lately. I appreciate everyone. If anyone wants to donate to my channel, the links are in the description always for Cash App and PayPal. But I appreciate everyone. I appreciate everyone coming by. And stay on for a minute. I'm going to end the live, Dean, but hold on. Peace to everyone, and I hope you have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.